and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. A program that you can watch and participate in at youtube.com/TMASTL, where friends have gathered to talk it over in the Michelob Ultra Chat. And Jackson, what a Stiefel dossier you have put together today. Bernie Federko at 8:15, and then a surprise guest. At 9 o'clock, Martin is now going to give hints because Doug loves a guessing game.
I do, yeah.
All right, here you go, Doug. I think this will help.
Okay.
This guest today at 9 o'clock, although we'll probably be behind schedule, so it won't be right at 9.
That's right.
Is relevant to a number of topics.
This guest is relevant to a number of topics.
Fun for the dais, fun for the listeners.
Jackson, how would you grade the surprise guest? This always puts the man to the test. Watch his facial reactions, Doug. That's where your answer comes in, not the words, the facial the involuntary muscles.
And remember last
that
week
was a
I didn't
voluntary
tell him.
move right
Last
there.
week I didn't tell him, remember?
Oh, has he been brought in? He knows this time.
This one he's in the loop.
Yeah.
9 out of 10.
Oh, my goodness.
Ellery's finally on the program.
I would actually say that this person is in the Mount Rushmore of people who have ever joined this program.
Doug.
Yeah.
Goodness sakes. Yep. Relevant to a bunch of topics.
That was a little frank. That was a little strong, but
I'm talking
Martin now downplaying after
Well, I
Jackson
think you
with
always-
the Mount Rushmore of people to ever join this program.
I always lower expectations because I think that's safe.
Well, there's a qualifier
But I
to
get
that,
it.
but I
I
don't
get
want to
it.
give away anything about the surprise guest. Like, it's a category of person who's called into the program.
Okay.
Doug,
I
do you
think
follow what that means? It's a category.
Can I give the category? I don't think that'll give it away.
I don't know what the category is.
That's fair.
Oh, my.
Former athletes to have called into this program.
That kind of opens it to a wide list, but
Former athletes.
what if it's Matt Holliday just calling
and
back?
I was going to say,
Wow.
Holiday's,
Still on a level.
Holiday's on that in that Mount Rushmore conversation.
The cat
Absolutely.
texted me yesterday. He said, "What did Holiday say about my house?" And I said, "Well, it was a long conversation about a number of topics." I said, "Don't worry, it started with me being the bad guy, so we're good." Anyway, 9 o'clock. I think you guys will have fun.
Well, as you were walking out yesterday, you said, "Oh, surprise guest tomorrow, 9 o'clock." But we've had a number of surprise guests, and your reaction didn't necessarily convey what Jackson just called Mount Rushmore of guests in this program's
In this category,
Of the former,
I don't think you're wrong. You're fine, buddy.
former St. Louis athletes to join this program.
It's Albert Pujols.
It's not Albert.
Oh.
I would
don't-
venture to say Albert's never joined the program.
No, he was on
Spring
spring
training.
training, and he would be a
Oh, is
delight.
that right?
Truly a delight. He and McGuire. For the interview at Busch Stadium, different human beings, spring training. Doug, watch
as-
this. Delights.
I see that.
As a hitting coach, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, he was
Absolutely.
outstanding. We would have him on like pregame, hey, you got a second mark? Hey, what do you think of Craig Swain? Like, you would interview him like 3 times a week, and 10, 15 years earlier, I would walk in with like armored gear. Hey, Mark, is there any? Okay, never mind. Just never mind. We'll talk to Jordan Langford.
I'm going to put a puck on net in honor of the Blues and Penguins
Oh, yeah.
tonight.
All right.
And Sid the Kid, Joey Vitale's good friend in town. Doug, as the Blues try to make it 11 in a row, and I'll be in the building. And I don't know if they're going to do
whoa.
anything for that. I don't know if they're going to. Chairman Coach just said they are going to do
Caruso
something.
video.
They're gonna
The
do
St.
some-
Louis Blues would like for you to call Some to Your Feet and welcome tonight. First, a video presented by Mike Caruso where Paul Correa chimes in.
So Paul Correa would pay Doug as an homage or homage
I always say homage.
to my appearance in the building.
Wow, that's big. I'm
yeah,
going to be
that
there
is-
pregame.
That is, oh, are you?
Yeah, which is great because I'll be there pregame, Doug, and then when the game
miss the
starts,
game,
I'll go
yeah.
back to the studio. Catching up with that jammer. He's in his squad's in
number
the Frozen
21?
Four.
Oh, God bless.
Western Michigan.
Oh,
so
God
he's
bless.
pumped about that.
Yeah, I just figured, my 7-year-old, he's seen McDavid, seen Ohtani, Trout when they were in town a couple of years ago when Ohtani was on the Angels. And, I don't know how many chances you get to see Sid the Kid. So, and also be able to say, hey, that's Joey Vitale's friend out there. That's what I would say to him.
Really?
No.
And that will impress him?
I think so.
I think it should.
We should probably call the Penguins Hotel this morning, like hack morning show, and see if Sid wants to come on and just tell Vitale stories.
I could see that. My puck on net for who the guest is. Matter of fact, Doug, I'm operating at a 14% confidence level, which is pretty high considering we're talking about the entire population of
Well,
former
sure
athletes.
it is.
Number 28, Marshall Falk.
Number 28.
And I'm right.
Marshall Falk.
Writing that down.
And I'm right. Jackson just gave off the towel.
I am saying nothing.
Well, you said no to Albert Pujols real quick.
Doug's picking up on it.
Yeah.
Doug's in the hand.
Yeah, that one's a no. That one.
I don't usually answer when the guys quiz. I would just say Marshall's probably not in the surprise grouping. Just knowing 2-8 fairly well.
He's not a surprise guest category.
I
get what you're saying on
I
that.
just don't know if he would enjoy the surprise.
That's exactly right. I'm glad you said it because that's exactly what I was thinking.
So you want to call in these guys, start talking, and they don't know I'm calling? Why? Well, I did this thing.
That's actually the conversation, I
And
think.
I'd be like, well, no, you could. It's almost as if I've tried. No, I'm kidding. He would probably come on at some point. He is not today's. He actually,
Oh, wow.
I think he would be happy to come on. and just talk about
I
the
just
new
know
gig.
you had been talking to him anyway
Saw him
about joining
recently.
Primetime in Boulder.
That is correct. No, he should. I should book him as
Former
a
athlete,
guest.
Mount Rushmore. Now I'm
Was he ever
relevant
on
to a
the-
number of the topics.
He was Marshall and probably selling avocados at Super Bowl or something.
Selling avocados at the
He
Super
would do that every once in a while, and you'd be like, we can't book him when he played for the Rams, but now that he's been retired, he's available Wednesday and Thursday
Yes,
at 7:40 to
absolutely.
7:49.
Sell avocados.
But please make sure you mention his partnership with the Mexico avocado industry, which you can no longer buy, and there were always the Super Bowl guest. Hey, Troy Aikman's with us. Troy, first, you've always been a big fan of those shovels they sell at Ace Hardware, and you're like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
So it is not.
Doug Cross Marshall Falk off the
Okay,
list.
all right.
14% confidence level is now I'm going to have to lose that cash. Mike Francesa, Martin, some of the greatest audio we have from him is him chastising Super Bowl Radio Row. And we're not going to have guests come on here and pitch all their products.
But don't undersell it. It's hawk their products. Hawk their products.
And then I don't know what it was, but I felt like it was like 24 hours later, somebody's on there talking about the avocado business.
And I'm not making that up. 1 year Marshall was hawking avocados. That's why I bring that up.
Yeah, I have.
It's not Mike Francesa either.
Oh my
Might have
God!
been a home run.
I might take that over Ella Reese. Boy, I'm really put to the test. Doug, the hint was relevant.
In a number of topics.
And Jackson saying on the Mount Rushmore of former athletes to join the program. God, put me to the test.
And this is a
Chris
St. Louis
Long,
athlete.
Chairman Kurt, you're chatting in the YouTube chat. I just looked up and I saw Chris Long, and I'm like, and I was about to say, and I'm like, oh, that's Chairman Kurt from inside the room. Is it Chris Long?
I would think if it was Chris Long, I wouldn't be privy to it because that would be like
Because you'd have a soft cow.
I wouldn't go that far, but I would be just on cloud nine, being able to talk to my favorite player ever.
That's your favorite guy.
Favorite athlete ever.
Ever.
Bar none. Yeah.
Wow.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Tatum.
it's a little different. Like
Because you beat him, and so you can't look at him.
No, it's just different because he's like we're the same age. It's a little different. Like I grew up looking up to Chris Long. I was certainly looking up physically at Jason Tatum, but I had played against him starting in like the 4th grade. So
You
it's a
shut him
little different.
down at all?
No, God, he would the most casual 50 points you'd ever see if I tried guarding him. But that would just be because of time. He could get 100 on me if I.
Did you defend him ever?
Probably like in the 4th grade.
Okay.
Alan Dadeville thinks it's Yo Murphy. Yo Murphy was number 83 kick
guess.
returner.
Had kind of a mini celebrity for a second, and I forget why.
Because his name was Yo.
That's Doug just summed it up there.
Okay. Put him into the hopper. I like that. Yo.
If it was Bob Murphy, we would have never remembered him.
I like the name
Looking
Yo.
at the guess here, people are guessing Kurt Warner, Brett Hull. But I mean, Hull's been on the program, so that wouldn't be it. It's a nice guess, I get it, but I guess maybe the audience doesn't know. I don't know. Color me with Jackson's reaction. And in fairness to Jackson, Jackson doesn't oversell. So when he says Mount Rushmore, Doug, this man's putting me to the test.
Sure. And what time is this guest coming on again?
9 a.m.
O'clock. So we better get to moving here.
I got it. I feel real good about it. 99.
Oh, the great one.
That's not it, though. Fade it, Doug. Don't allocate any
Okay.
dollars.
All right.
Jackson's reaction.
Actually, at this point, we're going to end up with a letdown.
Yeah. Once I heard that, I was like, well.
Because of puck cancer.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
So the boys on the fast lane yesterday had Chris Chelios, who's going to be in.
Who was offered to this show. I was so confusing. I had multiple texts about getting Chelios on. I said, sure. And then his person said, all right, let me see what I can do. I said, I don't know if it's going to work tomorrow. And then he was on the fast lane, which is fine. I'm glad he's on promoting the event. He's going to be here Friday. But we were going to have him. It's fine. I'm glad he was on the fast lane. So it's not Chris Chelios.
It's not Chris Chelios, but then I'm thinking along the lines of what's going
fair.
on,
That's
and
fair.
I was thinking 99, but clearly that's not right. Different tells
I
on
didn't
the
even think
Falk
about that.
Gretzky
You're picking up on it.
answer. Mark Grace?
So when I
No.
say Mount Rushmore, it's both what they did on the playing surface.
Doug, do you have a problem with that?
Don't say
playing
surface.
Well, if I say field, that now we're like that is like
The
a
playing field
tell.
or court or rink.
Or surface would be an all-encompassing word there. both on their play on the playing surface and their like personality when they call and talk.
Oh,
you know?
okay.
It's
my.
Mount Rushmore of both, kind of.
Well, that wouldn't.
It's Darren Pang.
Not Panger.
Or we're going to end up giving it away.
I know, yeah.
Eliminate.
I knew there was a
Tim was
surprise.
really bothered by this.
I knew there was a surprise guest. I just didn't know it was Mount Rushmore of all-time guests. And Gretzky has been on the program. Doug chastised him for the game being 5-on-5 and asked 99 if he ever thought the game would switch to 4-on-4 because it's more exciting.
I didn't
Wayne didn't
chastise
necessarily engage.
I did not chastise. A lot of false reporting going on lately. I did not chastise Wayne Gretzky in any manner.
So Wayne Gretzky will never come on this show again because Doug chastised him. Is that what you're
true?
I
saying?
did not chastise him in the tiniest little bit.
What if Wayne wants to come on the show?
Right.
To clarify my buddy Dan's story of the Denver airport or whatever
I'm sure
it was.
that's in his craw, just like Doug's 4-on-4 take.
I was at a funeral in Springfield, Missouri, and Dan Charles, friend of the show, his family was there, and they said, "Did he call into your show?" I said, it didn't go terribly well.
If
for
anybody
Dan.
other than an actual guest calls into this program, it does not go well for the program.
They said, "What happened?" I said, "Well, it was a story. It was a great story." I go, "It was a little long, and then the texters kind of went nuts."
Well, and I mishandled the production of it because we kind of broke into programming with it. You know, like it kind of came out of nowhere, like 3 minutes into
you
a
and I had
segment.
coordinated and forgot that we had agreed to it.
Yeah.
And we're like, "Oh, yeah, we're going to get to that right away."
Warson Woods Wacko's probably right. T.C. Chen.
T.C. Chen.
Oh, the golfer.
Maybe. You never
Right there,
know.
Doug. I think
You
it's
never
T.C.
know.
Chen based on
I don't
Jackson's.
know.
Maybe it's Bob Tway.
John Daly.
Tway.
Yeah, Bob Tway gets reported on this program. There's sightings of Bob Tway throughout the St. Louis area, Doug. I never understand the connection. And then
No.
we had him on the show, and he actually went to like Parkway West or something.
Is that right?
He grew up at some point.
That's why he gets brought up?
I don't know why he gets brought up. The audience, for whatever reason, has taken to Bob Tway, and he won the PGA in '88.
I don't know the years, Tim.
You can email in your theories and text them in and YouTube chat them in. And Chairman Kurt, you can talk with Chairman Kurt. He is in the YouTube chat right now, Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, along with the Lime adjacent Wildcat.
So he doesn't live in Lime, just close.
Right.
With a Wildcat.
And what would that be?
Like a
South City?
Yeah, and then what's a little south of
I
Lime?
guess Melville.
Is that
a
right?
little south of Lime.
So this Wildcat's in Melville?
It could very well be.
The river, you're getting pretty close to the river at some
You're on
point.
the river. A couple of them. The lovely river to pair. We have the yacht captain who texts in, and of course the old man, the old miss.
with a puma.
Deep river.
The puma
They
be a
are
wild
called the
cat?
Melville Panthers.
It's true.
Yeah, 4th and 25. Schnurdadulik.
Gary Heide, the great football coach, always had a crooked hat. Every
I
time
do
you
too, but
remember
that's 'cause of my
that? Can you
skull.
picture that, Doug? Gary Heide, great football coach, Melville, but every time you interviewed, the hat was crooked.
Like Sonny Gray.
And that was a tribute to Fernando Rodney?
No, I don't think so.
Doug, I think it was.
I don't think Fernando Rodney went to Melville.
Are you sure?
Does he have a wildcat?
He might. Boy, he could throw hard.
No way it's Lance Lynn. Dude's a 7.5 at best. That's from Hoosier Daddy. And I would imagine Lance Lynn, Adam Wainwright, and Matt Holliday all were on the show at the same time at spring training. Doug, they toughed us around. They
Yes.
intimidated us at the picnic table. And then, I can't recall, was it the Plowboy? Then, to his credit, because Iggy had asked him to get players to autograph a ball for him, and after this dumpster fire of an interview, he goes, Mr. Holiday, will you sign this ball? And Holiday just slaps it out of his hand.
And in fairness, he did weigh about the same size as a 14-year-old child.
I wish there was video of that.
If Iggy asked me to do that, I'd politely decline. That's a big ask.
Yeah.
I had a conversation about this show with Joe Buck, friend of the show, yesterday, doing some TV, and he was
Was he
asking.
live in studio last night at 10:30?
No, we
I saw
recorded
you
that.
Twitter tweeting about it. It was recorded.
No, we recorded it earlier in the day. Studio wasn't available because of the storm coverage. And of course, we're walking down the Joe goes, "Where are we going?" And I'm like, "To the dungeon and back."
Broom closet.
It's a big deal. We got a 7-time national sports Emmy winner. We'll just stick him over here. But we were talking about the show, and then we ended up talking about caller Janet, and I said it doesn't.
Joe Buck wanted to talk about caller Janet.
He was asking what we had talked about. I said, well, and then we were talking about the Cardinals, and he always has a take on the Cardinals, and we were getting into Janet's call, and I said, but it doesn't matter if you're 82, male or female. I said, you're just going to get destroyed. And he said, like what? And then I was reliving some of the text for the 82-year-old woman, and he just went, "Dear God."
Yep.
And I think that summed it up.
Yeah, that kind of sums it up, Doug. That's the program.
Yeah, at the end of the visit, he goes, "Okay, so when is this show on?" And I said, "It's on every night." He goes, 10:30. That's too late. He said, "Can you text me in the morning how to find it?" I'm like, "I don't know." He goes, "Well, you work here. Figure out how to find it." And I'm like, "Well, it'll be available somewhere." He goes, "Where?" And I said, I don't know.
It's on the 2 Fox, isn't it?
Well, yeah, so it airs 10:30 to 11, and then it re-airs 3:30. You guys are probably up. 3:30 to 4, the show re-airs.
In the
But then-
morning?
Yeah, show prep
Yeah,
meetings.
Doug, come on.
3:30 in the morning it's on?
It replays.
Doug is chastising your time slot.
It's
How many
available.
videos you have? I mean,
Well,
viewers are out there.
what do you want to run? Barney Miller? I mean, it's available, but I believe the segments live on the Roku. And then Joe said, "What's Roku?" And I said, he goes, "You work here." And I said, I loosely.
Some could say that much like the Players' Championship is the 5th major, that the 3:30 a.m. time slot is the 3rd drive time.
I agree with that, actually.
The third
drive time.
for
ad agencies want the third drive time.
For example, maybe Jackson's dad on the barge.
The barge
Yeah.
workers,
Thank
yes.
you.
Truck drivers, whatever.
It is the third.
Or is
drive
that their
time.
prime time for the barge workers?
Yeah, everyone's by a television at 3:30 a.m.
Cucky the Dwarf theorizing Charles Barkley?
Wow. He's been on the fast lane
my.
before.
I think
Him
that
and
would be
Jamie
an
are
11.
buddies.
Yeah, that's right. I think when Buck and I did the week of the podcast was randomly in 2012, I feel like he was one of the guests. Charlie Sheen was the headliner that week. And you can still hear this, I think, on TMA all day on HD2. Is that right?
The Charlie Sheen interview, which happened just like a couple of weeks or a month after?
I think a few months after, it seemed like he might have been enjoying what Joey Vitale might have been enjoying in Nashville.
Who knows what was going on there? But it's like a complete 180 in terms of like his.
Yeah, he wanted to talk Cardinal baseball, if memory serves.
And
He's
like
a baseball nut.
Oh, my God. Yeah, that's why it was so effective to have him play the role of Rick Wild Thing Vaughn.
Yeah, he was talking about he was throwing real cheese in that movie, like high 80s, throwing the ball, like legit pitcher. And so I've listened to that entire interview a couple times. It's great.
Was Edmonds the key to getting? He got Charlie Sheen on.
No, this was Joe Buck.
Joe, okay. I would text Edmonds to revisit the Sheen idea, except Edmonds is not doing media, so I don't know if I can text him.
Correct. He was here in St. Louis last Thursday, though.
He was, that's right. Red jacket. Nice ovation.
That's
for
right.
number
Huge
15.
ovation.
Yeah.
Huge ovation. People think it's Coco Beware. Doug, you remember him as the Birdman from what was the WWF at the time?
Vaguely. He'd walk in with a parrot on his shoulder. He was some sort of pirate.
I'm not picking up a read from Jackson or Martin on Coco Beware.
I never even. Wrestling is
prep
a
pass.
big blind spot for me.
Iggy just sent me Charles Barkley's cell phone.
There you go.
we
So,
got a shot,
so
eh?
we can get Barkley.
And
Or
this-
it's a level, and it is Barkley, and Martin's now acting like he doesn't have his number.
And this is a departure from my previous text with Ken because all of the other numbers are people that are dead. Peter Marshall, Leonard Nimoy,
Boy,
Carol Channing,
How long's Nimoy been dead?
Corbin Burnson, I believe, still alive. Yeah. Tom Arnold, still alive. I take it back. Bobby Vinton, I'm not sure
Bobby
about.
Vinton, is he still
That's
with
a
us?
I
tough
don't know.
call.
Seems like maybe he died just recently.
Nimoy died 10 years ago.
Yeah, I know. You can still try and call him.
He's Rolodex. Hey, it's Design Air Heating and Cooling that sponsors the email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Today being April 3rd, your third opportunity to get on the board the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Send yours in. JV golf coach and self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom tied at 1 apiece in the email of the month standings. Design Air is online at designairservice.com. And Doug and I are raging at the forecast because, Doug, we have 75% chance of rain today and a high of 63. 90% chance of rain tomorrow, high of 60. 95% chance of rain on Saturday, high of 58. High of 50 on Sunday. You out there horse plowing me with that?
No, I don't know.
50% chance of rain. Get a couple days of no rain, but a high of 51 on Tuesday, and back it comes again. High of 54 and rain on Wednesday, high of 60 and rain on Thursday. Maybe we're out of the woods next Friday, but at that point, everybody and their brother is just sitting there and watching the azaleas at Augusta National, and it doesn't matter what it's doing outside because we're all watching Hideki Matsuyama.
I don't know who we're watching. Maybe the rain will just be an hour or two a day. Like yesterday, we thought, boy, there's no way the Cardinals are going to get that game in. And they got the whole thing in.
That's what you think.
Then it rained hard for, an hour, maybe? And then it was okay. So just because it's going to rain doesn't mean the whole day is shot.
I like logistics, and I wondered as it started to just absolutely pour after the game ended, and they're going to go on a plane to Boston. Do they just sit in the clubhouse, like kill some time? Because the weather was a little severe.
Yeah.
So maybe you're just in the clubhouse hammering drinks, waiting to get on a plane to Boston. And I don't logistics I worry about.
So, but the Cardinals are in Boston.
Yeah,
I would imagine
absolutely.
the
No, I'm
Angels
saying
are
they
back
probably
in Anaheim.
delayed that bus to the plane for a little bit.
Cardinals off today. Swaks tomorrow. Swaks off to a 2-4 start, although they have a game today in Baltimore. And then the Cardinals are part of the festivities at Fenway tomorrow. And then the Blues and Penguins tonight. Pregame 6 p.m. puck drop 7 p.m. Bernie Federko will be the 101 ESPN Blues guest at 8:15. This surprise guest, who I am starting to think is Bob Tway, at 9 o'clock. But again, the issue there is Bob Tway has been on the program.
Yeah, so it's probably not him.
It's probably not Tway. Was it 87 PGA?
I just don't know the years, Tim. I just don't.
Design Airs online at designairservice.com.
86. The 86 PGA Championship. Bob Tway, your winner. Doug, where was that held? That 86?
Was that Valhalla out
I
of the
don't know
bunker?
where it was held
He had a
over the
bunker
years.
shot. I think it was a bunker shot out of, and Larry Mize was 87, and he chipped in on 11. And I think Greg Norman was vanquished in both of them.
Inverness, Toledo, Chuck Marlowe
that is it.
neighborhood.
That's right in Charlie's backyard, I think.
Maybe it's Charlie calling in.
Maybe it's Charlie Marlowe joining
He's
us
a delight.
at 9 o'clock. Listen, Design Airs online at designairservice.com. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. I just did a 4-minute live read. But hey, good ROI for South Gold Camp.
Yes,
That's the name of the game. We're all clients. Longest running sponsor on TMA, Design Air Heating and Cooling, designairservice.com. Martin's a client. Doug's a client. I'm a client. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling. The program's called The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
show you're sincere. Look out now, these baby birds gonna fly. First place by mid-July. All the haters be singing their tune. They'll be playing in October when you're on your pontoon.
Oh, my, Doug. First place by mid-July. First place by early April. Hello again, everybody. The St. Louis Cardinals are 4-2.
And you know, the two they lost could easily have been won. I thought they were going to win both those games.
That's right. That's right.
They could be 6-0 just as easily as they're 4-2. This club is ready to soar.
I wonder if they'll win a baby.
Well, we're already hot. I think there's a chance we can win this baby.
Cubs have more wins, but the Cardinals are in first place by half game. Cubs 5-4, Cardinals 4-2 after the Vaughn Herrera game, heretofore known with 3 home runs.
He does hit. Boy, if he could develop himself into a pretty good defensive catcher, he might be one of the better catchers in baseball because he does hit. There's no doubt about that.
Well, his home runs were just launched.
That third one was blasted.
Yeah, 2 into Big Mac land, which is kind of amazing. Big Mac, they turn things over at the park, new sponsors, whatever. That has lived on.
Yeah.
But Herrera talked the postgame, too, about just growing up in Panama, how much he loved Molina. I know he had said in the past that's why he became a catcher. And then he said he came to the Cardinals. He signed for less because of Molina.
Well, he plays for the fans and not the money.
Right. While we're on our pontoons.
Yes, that's
Proof's in the
correct.
pudding.
Okay. I don't understand the pontoon thing, but I'll get there.
Yeah. How long you been here? Outsider. Mason Wynn got a hit. Wilson Contreras got a big hit.
Winning
Things are looking up.
Here we go. Here we go. Arenado had 2 more hits.
I'll say this. The thing that I'm noticing in some of my group texts with friends, in social media, there's people are going, this is kind of a fun team to watch. Mm-hmm. And I think people might be surprised by it. Also, I realized yesterday may have been an outlier. It's a day game. Certainly people weren't in attendance to watch it.
No.
But I do think, and we just kind of threw it out in passing yesterday, and then a bunch of people texted in about it. The television situation hasn't been returned to, say, the glory days of Fox Sports Midwest, where every game was just on and you didn't have to worry about it. But I do think for a number of people, the app, the YouTube TV, which tends to have a little younger demographic, and being able to either access the app that way or what I utilize, Amazon Prime, more people are able to watch the games now, and people are tuning in. And I don't know what it is. I really don't, because it is only 6 games and probably against 2 teams that won't be doing a whole lot this year. But I get a sense that there are, again, not necessarily for the organization, but for the team, that people are on board or getting on board.
Yeah, I think so. If you hit, it's interesting to watch the games. And last year, and I guess the year before, they just didn't hit much at all. But now it looks like they got a bunch of guys off to fast starts, and that makes it interesting to watch. And you guys hitting balls out of the park and collecting 12 hits, runners on bases, 12 runs yesterday. That's a fun team to watch.
I think every game it's been 10 hits or more.
Yeah. But it is startling how few people there are in the stadium. Stunning.
Yeah.
We just haven't seen that here in long, long time.
And there were factors yesterday, day game, early in the season.
Storms.
Just the concern about the weather. But still, I did see some photos tweeted at first pitch. I mean, alarmingly empty.
Yeah.
I will be curious, because there will be, unless it's a weather situation, there will be, quote unquote, no excuses for low attendance the next time they have a home game. It's Friday night. It's against a high-profile opponent with a high-profile roster. Good chance you're going to see a great starter, just because their team is made up of great starters, and that's the Philadelphia Phillies. That's the next time the Cardinals have a home game. Again, you don't know on the weather, but a Friday night and then a Saturday day game against the Phillies, followed by a Sunday. So if you have, that kind of crowd, then, and let's say the Cardinals go 4-2 and come back to St. Louis 8-4, and you have that would really be something. So I think that to me would carry even more than what we saw this week against the Angels, which were record-setting lows for this ballpark.
Yeah, I'm looking at the 10-day, and obviously a 10-day, you have to take it with a grain of salt, but for Friday, April 11th, 70 degrees and mostly sunny.
Oh, Doug.
That's good.
The azaleas.
Well, I'm sure the weather was a significant factor yesterday, but it's not the first time in recent years that they played a day game in March or April.
How do you know that?
But they've never had a crowd this small. I mean, we're setting records for the size of the
by
crowds.
thousands, too.
Yeah.
Not by a couple hundred, by thousands.
Yeah, and this is not the first time that it might rain in April to keep all the fans away. There's something else going on
Maybe
there.
a mild protest because they used to call it a businessman special, and that's offensive.
And that's offensive. Business person special?
It's offensive. Oh, the businessmen are the only ones working, huh?
Caller Lisa, who Jackson, you describe her as a
gem.
Yeah, she says a decade of us showing up and them flipping us off. Take your fan base for granted, and here you are. It's from Lisa. How about that?
Gosh,
I hope
decade?
they have I want a Cardinal town hall, and I want Lisa to show up, and she's over at the podium just berating them.
Yeah, I'm putting myself in the shoes of an average Cardinal fan, and
You can't do that as a Ledoux guy.
I'll try my best. And
Maybe one of the owners.
right, and I'm sitting in a cubicle just working like the Dickens, and I have tickets to the game. I have the afternoon where I kind of have it. I see the forecast. I'm like, well, there's just no way they're going to get this game, and I'm going to sit down there and get rained on, pay whatever it is for parking. I can watch it on television. And I feel like that
Get
was
the easy pass for parking.
Producer Joe,
Shout out to Producer
who I
Joe.
reached out to at about 6 this morning to be able to park
for tonight.
for tonight's festivities against
He's
Joey
big,
Vitale's
he's big
friend.
parking, isn't he?
He is big parking.
I'm saying yes, indeed. The weather was a factor yesterday, but we always have weather this time of year, and we've never had crowds like this.
Sharon and Clayton, who got sideways with Matt Holliday, if I'm not mistaken, yesterday. I don't remember what that was about.
She was outing people's homes.
Well, she said she knew. Yeah, she knew. Yeah.
He called it creepy, I believe.
I'm trying to get my hands on a map of the Stars' homes in St. Louis.
Sharon and Clayton says, please do not use the weather, the weekday, as an excuse for low attendance. Those things are an issue every year, and yet the attendance was never like this. It's nothing new. So, Jackson, she's not.
That was my point.
Maybe I am over here carrying water.
You hold the rights?
Maybe after that Herrera game, I was really fired up.
Well, what do you think has to happen to turn that around?
Keep doing exactly what they're doing, because it's like we've talked about. It's like a pretty fun team to root for. Like watching Vaughn Herrera and then listening to his post game yesterday. It's like hard to be like, okay, I don't really like this guy. Like I love him. And Mason Wynn, Jordan Walker, Lars Nootbaar, high energy young guys. If they keep winning and putting up big numbers on the scoreboard, people will come.
I mean, it would be fascinating if they won all 6 on the road trip, which they won't. But if they did and came home 10-2 and people are still just kind of dug in, I'm mad at the franchise. I'm not paying money. I'm going to show the DeWitt. Like, at what point? And 10-2 is not happening. But if it did, it would be fascinating to see people said, I don't care, not going. And I've heard from a lot of people like, hey, we had group tickets our company did. We stopped buying it. We had season tickets. We don't go anymore. I think there are a lot of people who are really dug in on this no matter how well they play. The fact that you had an off season where you didn't do anything, they feel Mazalek's been here too long. I think a lot of their positions aren't going to change even if the wins are there.
Mongo texting into the program and says, I work for a larger St. Louis area-based company, and in years past, we had 5 sets of Cardinal season tickets between ours and suppliers. This year, 2. Businesses are not backing the Cardinals. That's from Mongo.
Yeah, I've heard that from other people, that their businesses cut down on the number of season tickets that they bought.
Hunchback of Vaughn Castle writing into the Air Comfort Service text inbox, which you can do at 314-399-9646. There are major issues for each demographic of Cardinal fans for not attending games. Older fans don't feel safe, and it's too expensive for families. Businesses have moved out of downtown, so those workers aren't going after work. It is a perfect storm. That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle.
Yeah, that could be. But if they continue to play well and are at or near the top of the division, and a month or so from now, they trade off Arenado for not much in return to get rid of his salary, there will be just a horrendous revolt at that point, I think. I think people would say that's it. If you're really not going to try to contend when you got a shot, I think that would put people over the edge.
Well, and if the idea going into the season was to continue to shop Arenado or look for suitors, the fact that he's hitting pretty well would actually play right into their hands.
It's going to be tempting.
If the goal was, hey, well, we didn't get it done. Let's see if somebody still needs a third baseman and you're still wanting to go. And they mow, hey, he is hitting 391. That, I agree with you, Doug. That might lead to a revolt.
It would, I think.
Jackson, I see you're in there changing text inbox names for people today. What's eating Albert Pujols is now somebody new, I believe. I just saw him thank you for changing it. I don't know what he changed it to. If you want your name changed in the text inbox, Jackson will do that today until April 7th. April 8th, Doug, you're out of luck.
Okay.
It's the first week of the year and the first week of each month. You can have a text in. So if you're sitting there going, I'm the 314 or I'm the 636 or 618, you can have a name in there. Just request it to Jackson, and you'll change it to anything, Jackson? Is that the...
Ooh, no, that's not the case.
No.
I will change it to almost anything. You know, again, I am the substitute teacher who's got his feet up on the desk and letting you do whatever. Don't take advantage of that.
Is that Charlize Theron in Bad... There's that Cameron Diaz.
Cameron Diaz with Justin Timberlake.
Mr. Burkett, what movie are we watching today? I thought you kids would enjoy Meatballs.
Yeah, there's some educational opportunities there.
Are there?
Ferris Bueller, you know.
Yeah, kids growing up.
Yeah,
sort of the challenges
teaching kids
of
how to skip school.
adolescence.
Cardinals have 8 guys with OPSs over 1,000.
Yeah.
And Youngry is at 906. Herrera's at 1,729. Gorman, 1,556. Pages, 1,200. Newtbar, 1,200. Lucan Baker, who is a pleasant
gentleman, yeah.
1,127. Arnado, 1,109. And Jordan Walker, 1,056. By the way, I think that is of note what's going on there. He's got a hit in every one of his starts and has a home run. That would be incredibly encouraging if a guy who spent most of last year at the minors and started this season in the 7 spot can somehow get it going. That is something that I look from a macro standpoint would be incredibly significant for the organization, and along the lines of what's going on at the catching position, which is usually something that organizations at this point kind of write off offensively, maybe have a platoon based on pitching matchups or pitcher-specific catchers. That is something to keep an eye on if you can get that kind of productivity. If you recall, when Brad Thompson made his first appearance on this program, and he joins us every Monday, and Doug, I think we were having our fantasy baseball draft that night.
Okay.
And I asked for some Gordon Gekko, Bud Fox insider trading, and he said draft Ivan Herrera, and here you are. And as a matter of fact, Albert Pujols was on the MLB Network yesterday doing a segment with Jake Peavy, and he was talking about how he noticed Herrera when he was in his final year, that final season here in St. Louis in 2022. Here is the future Hall of Famer talking about Herrera on MLB Network yesterday.
This kid and his talent, and he seems likable, Al.
Hey, saying, I had a chance to play with him for a little bit in St. Louis my last year. This kid worked hard day in and day out, and you can see it, that he wants to be out there. But he had to, a guy like Yadier Molina in front of him, that he has to wait for him to retire. But happy for him, great day, and good for him. Hopefully he can get this going in the season.
By the way, you saw that graphic. Most 3+ home run games in Cardinals history is this guy. Albert, what was it like the first time you had a 3 home run game?
It was amazing. It was at Wrigley Field. It's a great feeling.
04, by the way, July 20th.
Yeah. It was a great feeling. You never go in there thinking that you're going to hit 300s in a game, but the game was tied 8-8, and Edgar Renteria was at first base, and Tony told me, okay, if Edgar gets on first base, let's put a hit and run, which I did a lot when I was in St. Louis. Tony liked that play. And, I was like, okay, hit the run, and hit it out of the ballpark.
By the way, back in 2011, I'm working at ESPN doing SportsCenter. It's a college football Saturday. So college football going to run the country. And then all of a sudden, Albert went deep once. I go, I'm going to have to change. Albert went deep twice. Guys, new lead. 3rd home run for Albert Pujols. So doing a World Series game, that must be one of the highlights of your life.
I mean, in that stage, yeah. To me, it's one of the top 5 moments of my career, and doing in that stage, like you say, World Series. At that moment, moment, you know, I wasn't even thinking about it as well. And after the most beautiful thing after winning the game, it was getting a call from Reggie Jackson, you know, and telling Mr. October, say, congratulations, you finally tied me, you know, and that was pretty awesome, you know. And then next year after that, you see Panda, you know, tie me as well. So it was great moment. And at the end of the day, you know, we ended up winning the World Series that year.
Albert Pujols in the MLB Network talking about his time and noticing Herrera, which is really kind of saying something, and then also telling a story from one of the times he hit 3 home runs in a game, and that was, of course, the 2011 World Series, and Reggie Jackson calling him. Was that 78 when Jackson hit 3 against the Dodgers at Yankee Stadium?
Mm-hmm. I believe the Cardinal record is 4 in a game. Hard-hitting Mark Whiten.
September 7th, 1993.
Hit 4.
Is it 4 is like the magic number, right? Like people get to 4.
I don't think anyone's ever hit 5 in a game.
I think that's the like. I remember.
I think Cesar Azturas did in 2007 with the Cardinals.
I don't remember that.
You got to do show prep.
After you've hit 4, I imagine that if you come up a 5th time, they say put him on.
They hold up 4.
Yeah.
I would like to look at the Mark Whiten game, the circumstances. His 4th home run was the game closed to the other team's screw it.
I remember watching it. It was against the Reds in Cincinnati.
But should they have walked him that 4th time? Or competitively, why not? Try and get him out.
Well, Mark Whiten
it
was
seemed
never
like he was locked in is what I'm saying.
Yeah, he was
by that
definitely
4th
locked in.
time.
But he wasn't like an all-star player. He was good, but he wasn't like Albert Pujols where you go, God, he's going to do it again.
Right.
15-2 final in that game.
So it didn't matter. Okay.
Boy, he had a throwing arm, too. He kind of short-armed the ball. He didn't pull his arm all the way back, short-armed it, and gosh, he just had a
this is really going to ruin it when he calls at 9, okay?
Hard-hitting Mark Whiten is the surprise guest.
Can we save the Mark Whiten talk till 9 o'clock? My goodness.
It is 7:43 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt with you. The program is The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Here's the deal. If you are in the market for jewelry, I would imagine most of you are probably in the same spot that I have been when I went to get my significant other jewelry. Going, I don't know what to get. I know I want to stick to this price point. Where do I go? I have the answer for you, and I have a very easy process to recommend, and it's that at Moritz Roisch. Online at ninjabling.com. Located in Richmond Heights, close to Clayton, right across from the St. Louis Galleria on the 15th floor. I was in at Moritz Roisch and saw what they have to offer. Number one, the merchandise is on site. That's huge. Number two, this is a St. Louis-based business. Been doing it for 40 plus years, family owned and operated, third generation. Dan will take wonderful care of you. And on top of that, you have a budget. They stick to the budget. You're not going to have a salesperson standing over you trying to guide you to spend more than you're comfortable spending. It is a private space, and it is a perfect experience if you are in the market for jewelry, whether it be for a birthday, whether it be for engagement, whether it be for an anniversary. Moritz Roisch, online at ninjabling.com, located on the 15th floor of the tower right across from the St. Louis Galleria. Check them out online at ninjabling.com.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update. That's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues are taking aim at the franchise record, tying the franchise record in terms of a win streak with 11 tonight if they're able to beat the Pittsburgh Penguins right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, living in wonderful buildings.
Yes, they are.
TMA presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt, welcoming you to call into the program on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. 314-974-0101. Bernie Federko with us at 8:15. And then a surprise guest that Jackson has called Mount Rushmore of former athletes to ever call in to this program.
Gosh, if we could just get initials.
I don't think we can do it.
Okay. We could just get them.
Can't. I won't allow it, really.
Wow.
Really?
Well,
Jackson's digging in.
You're kind of in charge of a lot these days. A lot of power over there. I feel like this weekend, it's tax season for the accountant with you. I feel like you'll still be logging in names. Like, don't call me, a little tied up.
well,
You seem busy.
Want to talk taxes? Just talk to Mark Milton. That's what I say.
Yeah, that's who you talk to. He can do your taxes or get you out of trouble if you've got it with the IRS. And maybe you got years of unfiled tax returns or tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments keeping you up at night. The godforsaken tax man can cause a lot of headaches, but not if you got Mark Milton on your side. He'll take care of that. He's at stltaxlawyer.com. Mark Milton and stltaxlawyer.com provide a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. Mark started his career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, D.C., where he represented the IRS in tax cases throughout the country and even received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. This guy is simply one of the best in the entire country at what he does. So if you have any kind of IRS problems, that's the name to know. Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com. And you'll be saying, no, I'm not guilty. I'm with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
Watch the program at youtube.com/TMASTL. 281 friends are gathered around the hearth and watching the program at youtube.com/TMASTL. Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the YouTube chat on TMA. Around the NHL last night, Martin, how would you describe it for the Blues? Because it's kind of a little bit good and a little bit...
On the whole, not bad. Not bad. I think the Canucks are officially done.
5-0. They lose to the Kraken at home.
But Seattle is one of the best teams in the league, Tim.
Actually, they've been eliminated according to the data I have in front of me.
All right. So.
But it looked like the Blues might have a better chance of catching the Avs, who were down to Chicago.
That's where I'm coming from.
And they scored with 11 seconds left to send it to overtime.
And then they won in the shootout. So that's what I'm thinking of. And then also the Wild, that was not a late goal. They wound up going to OT at the Garden and losing to the Rangers 5-4. So Minnesota picks up a point. And then that means, Doug, that there is a true tie in the Western Conference between the Blues and the Wild. Both have played 76 games. Both have 89 points, but the tiebreaker is wins in regulation, and Minnesota has that and most likely will continue to have that as they sit at 33 and the Blues at 30, and that's with 6 games remaining. But yes, Doug, that's what I was thinking, not only the Wild and that getting a point, but Colorado, if that's something people are interested in. Maybe people aren't interested in playing the Dallas Stars in the first round anyway.
That's me.
That's you. The
Avoid
thing
Dallas.
I'd keep an eye on this. Dallas catching Winnipeg. They're only 4 points back of the Jets. And they also have a game in hand on Winnipeg. They've only played 74. So Dallas has the second highest point total in the West, third highest in all the game. The Caps are in second with 105, Jets at 106. And so the Blues' first-round opponent, operating on the premise that at this point, per our friends at what Martin calls monkey percentage?
Puck monkey.
The puck monkey? I honestly wasn't sure what the name of it was.
Moneypuck.com.
Money puck.
Doug has been saying for a month the Blues going to the playoffs is 98%, and now Puck Monkey is starting to get on board. Moneypuck.com has the Blues at 94.6% to make the playoffs. Minnesota at 92.6%. The Blues' chances of winning the Cup, 2%. The Wild's 0.3%. I don't know how they get to that math. All I know is
0% chance.
0.3%. Blues are at 2%. So they run their simulation hundreds of thousands of times, and 2% of the time there's a parade down market on June 14th.
I don't know the date, Tim.
And as far as Utah, they're down to 0.7% to make the playoffs. Vancouver now down to 1.9% to make the playoffs. And Calgary at 10.3%. The actual drama for playoff spots now is in the Eastern Conference. The Western Conference at this point is looking like the 8 teams are settled. It's just a matter of what seedings they'll have.
I think you want Dallas and Colorado to play each other.
Knock one of them out.
One of them's out. Hopefully it's a long series. They beat each other up. I would say if you can, avoid playing Dallas in the first round. You're not afraid of anybody. At this point, Doug, this team is so hot they could beat anyone's baby.
And steal the baby from them.
So they steal the baby?
Like
That's what happens.
They'll take your children.
Doug, what team has the highest chances of winning the Chalice per moneypuck.com?
You've been saying Dallas the last few days, so I'll say Dallas again.
Dallas is the odds-on favorite, but not according to Money Puck.
Okay, Puck Monkey.
Have you called Tim a puck monkey?
How about Washington?
No, I'm sorry.
Of course not.
Gets it back to Hunt. Hunt's really in close. Oh, gives it to Bryant. Bryant, roof daddy! Oh, get the shingles out. We need to replace them as he went upstairs, and there's a hole. Fix it before the rain comes. Woo!
No, that was Bryant scoring. What team does he play for? If he plays for Winnipeg, then I'd say Winnipeg is probably the favorite.
You're now 0 for 3, and I'm starting to get concerned
Vegas,
about it.
I don't know.
0 for 4.
I feel like we've asked Toronto before. We've asked
0 for 5.
You said Capitals. So
0 for 6.
Tampa Bay.
0 for 7.
God.
It's not even possible, is it? Is it Vegas? No.
I think you already said that, so I'm going to keep it at 0 for 7.
What are the initials, Tim? How about Carolina?
Yes!
Yeah, why wouldn't it be? Yeah, they've got like the 5th most points in hockey. Sure, why wouldn't you pick them? Knock it off!
13.8% of the time, the Carolina Hurricanes have their parade. Next, the Dallas Stars, 10.4%. Winnipeg, 10.2%. Doug, and as far as the Avalanche goes, 7.5%. Matthew Tkachuk hoisting it back-to-back years, 8.2%. The Blues, 2%. There you go.
Blues should be higher because they are the hottest team in the league, and they'll steal your babies. And when Parayko comes back, they're going to be pretty much 100% healthy. They haven't had Krug all year, but they've done what they've done without him totally. So I think the Blues would have a decent shot.
I'm going to have to fire a bullet on Jimmy Snipes getting his first goal tonight in his career. Yeah, I wonder what that'd pay me. Yeah. Be there with my son this evening, and Snipes gets himself his first career goal. Oh, what a moment it'll be at the Enterprise Center.
Okay. Isn't it weird? The last time they lost a game, it was
Penguins.
Pittsburgh, and now tonight with this 10-game winning streak, they're playing Pittsburgh, a team they almost never play, and yet they're at the 3-week marker, Doug, of that loss where they played well, just Binnington had the rough game.
And after that loss, we were thinking, well, it doesn't look very good for them now. They'd have to really go on a streak to get in the playoffs, and I'll be darned if they didn't win the next 10.
Yeah, rattle off 20 points in a matter of approximately 3 weeks. Yeah, the Penguins are tied for last in the Metropolitan Division, and only 2 teams in the Eastern Conference have fewer points than the Penguins, but they were the ones to be able to clip the Blues, and Jim Montgomery's former team is the team with the lowest point total in the Eastern Conference, so it was his fault.
Yeah, I think all the blame goes on him. I don't think there's
They've lost 9 in a row, whereas the Blues have won 10 in a row.
Yeah.
And people were saying it at that moment that Montgomery's going to be scapegoated for bad roster construction in Boston, and I think we can bring in the verdict on that one.
And hadn't he been like coach of the year just a year too early before that with Boston? Or
I sold all my crowdsourcing stock.
he had him right there. He did a good job in Boston until they lost their players.
Kevin's brother Jack Demoff says Chris Carpenter.
Oh, in terms of surprise guest? Well, you never know.
Well, could well be.
Oh, I got it. I think it's in the text inbox.
Let me take a look. Try to find the number on Jimmy Snipes' goal odds.
Thank you.
Plus 475.
Really?
Is it?
Plus 475, that's it?
Fire a bullet on that. John Elway in town for hockey fights cancer, puck cancer.
No, but that would be a good one.
Oh, you couldn't get him? Doggone it.
I really thought that was it. And I watched Martin. Doug, his eyes went up.
I kind of felt bad that I didn't get No, when I saw them, I'm like, he'd be...
Oh, you saw it in the text.
But you said former St. Louis athlete, right?
Did I say that?
I thought somebody did.
I don't think that was said.
I think Jackson spoke more than I did on the topic.
Okay,
so,
true.
John Elway would be... I'm going to effort him for tomorrow. Chasers event tomorrow night. Mark Grace, John Elway, Chris Chelios.
Yeah, Friday night, Centene Community Ice Center. You can tune in this Friday afternoon to hear the Fast Lane broadcasting live before the game from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. from the E&B Granite Studio. Tickets are on sale now for the second annual Puck Cancer Second Shift Alumni Game. See the Blues alumni face off against the Blackhawks alumni, including Jamie Rivers, in a rivalry game in support of Siteman Cancer Center and the V Foundation for Cancer Research. Grab your tickets now for the game this Friday night to support those two great organizations, and then tune in pregame this Friday afternoon for the Fast Lane live from the E&B Granite Studio at Centene Community Ice Center. There you go. 8 o'clock hour now. Fisher Window and Door Store, sponsor of the 8 o'clock hour. Coming up at 8:15, Bernie Federko is going to be with us, getting his perspective on what we have seen here over the last few weeks, including Jimmy Snuggerud's debut 2 nights ago as the Blues had the comeback win late against the Detroit Red Wings. One of the people who may be flying under the radar for the Cardinals' success is talking, and I think you'll be intrigued to hear what he has to say. We'll have that for you. Plus, Mike Francesa had a bout with a dog.
Okay. You get bitten?
That's all I need to know.
And we'll have the audio. That's coming up as well. This is TMA, and it's presented by Brown & Crouppen, 101 ESPN. It's April, you start spending time outside. You start getting ready for the warm weather, and then you start thinking, how can I improve our home and our outdoor living spaces? The answer is working with Aesthetic Design and Build online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. Dan and his team, who I have gotten to know, I've visited their showroom in Chesterfield Valley, and I was so impressed I had them to our home. They build custom decks for their customers, in addition to adding on a pergola or even looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screen. But the custom work is what separates them from everybody else. It's Aesthetic Design and Build.com. And I think one of the things that really speaks to their business is they have a real strong referral base from customers who had great experiences with them at Aesthetic Design and Build over the years. And for the most part, if someone has used them for one project when they move or buy another home, they use them for that project as well. That speaks volumes with that kind of consistency. It's aestheticdesignandbuild.com, or you can call them at 636-532-5008. It's aestheticdesignandbuild.com. Let them know I sent you their way.
Come on, boys, keep your head on a swivel. Heading for the top, not the middle. People might think I'm crazy, but if we just get hot, we can win this, baby.
I wonder if they'll play this at Enterprise tonight.
Certainly should.
What would you rather hear played, this or Gloria tonight? You're all over Gloria.
Yes.
Well, both of them.
You don't think the crowd would go crazy at the end of the game if they turned on Gloria again after a win? They would. They'd go nuts. Maybe this song at the beginning of the game, right when they're skating out on the ice.
What about the video tribute to Tim? I mean,
what about because Caruso's putting that together? Is that right?
Yeah.
That they should do in the middle of the game, delay the game.
If they want me to skate out there to acknowledge the crowd, I'm going to need two people to hold my hands, or maybe one could probably handle it and just have me skate on their shoulders, kind of like Tanya Harding.
Oh.
Hey, look, kids, Nathan Walker dwarfs this kid.
They'll roll out the red carpet, Tim.
Or you on the Zamboni, on the side, a little side.
Yeah. Maybe I can ride one of the shovels that they used during...
I like that. I like watching that.
You can bring out the McKernan. It's time for Blues hockey.
You just fall flat on your face and skating.
I mean, I went out there skating with my son. I'm like, you know what? If he's getting into it, I'll go out there. And I'm holding the bucket to skate around the ice, and he's lapping me and laughing and pointing.
Yeah.
And I go, well, this is just...
It's hard to pick it up as an adult. It really is, because the falls hurt. If you fall when you're 4 years old, you're falling, a foot and a half.
Well, I am too.
Well, yeah, I didn't want to say that.
That's a little...
The Blues are minus 240 tonight, but they're not the biggest favorite in the NHL. The Stars are minus 310 against the Predators. Doug, if you're interested in parlaying that, and I know you love parlays, those usually have super high return on investment.
Oh, do they?
If you wanted to put $100 on that parlay, you would receive $87.37. So, I mean, hey, the Blues and the Stars winning, highly likely. You just need them both to win, and then you get your ROI. But in order to win $100 on the Blues winning, you have to risk $240.
Yeah. And the one thing I've learned over the years, I'm sure a lot of other people have learned it too, is just when you think you have it all figured out, it tends to go the other way.
That's why you diversify.
It sure seems like they ought to beat Pittsburgh. It seemed like they should have beat them in Pittsburgh. But just when you're absolutely confident, this is another win. Look, we're playing a team with a lousy record. So often it goes the other way. That's why I'm...
So you're picking
hesitant.
the Penguins.
So I'm not picking the Penguins because we're hot.
Could have lost in Colorado.
Yeah.
Maybe should have lost versus Detroit. So I think to Doug's point, I like it better when somebody says to my point. But to Doug's point, it could be the game, and you can't win them all.
No, it can't be Penguins bookends, Martin. It can't be.
Wouldn't that be weird? I would blame Vitale.
Think Vitale's happy internally?
I would blame him.
I could see that. That guy's a problem, isn't he?
He knows Sid.
Walking up and down Broadway in Nashville, calling us in, sketched out of his mind.
Just bonkers. That place tonight, that's going to be great.
I can't wait.
It's going to be fun. Building, it'll be jumping, and then you've got Saturday, Colorado coming in. It's a fun time. And again, this goes back to the Cardinal conversation. You get a good product, people get in their car, they'll go down, they'll park, they'll do whatever they got to do. I mean, I haven't seen, this is me crowdsourcing, Blues tickets online. If you just want to buy a seat to go tonight.
Jackson, were you looking to buy a seat tonight?
Just a seat.
One, like a singular seat?
Yeah, I'm just saying, what would it cost? Probably to get in the building tonight, maybe, what do you think, 70 is a good minimum for an upper deck
Yeah, I looked
seat?
earlier. You're in the ballpark there, Martin.
Nice. Martin, price is right.
All right.
Doug couldn't come in there and say 71.
I might buy Jackson a ticket to go to the game tonight.
I see.
Please don't.
Vivid Seats. Vivid Seats says you can get in for $39.
Okay.
Martin, you
41.
overbid. You lost. Or Doug could just be making this up.
Well, here it is, Vivid Seats.
What about them fees,
never
Doug?
bought any
Yeah, what about
Vivid
fees?
Seats.
Oh, yeah, the $39 seat that actually costs $85.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Fees.
I have what do we call this program, Jackson? Honesty and
Crap.
media, no kink shaming and crap.
Yes, all of the above.
I'm not sure I've been to a Blues game this year where they've won.
Ooh.
Oh, boy.
You're saying you're the mush?
Steer clear.
I know I went to a Sunday afternoon tilt with the Buffalo Sabres, who were second favorites to win the Cup this year, I think.
I don't think so.
Great logo.
No, not a good club.
They lost that one. For whatever reason, my son loves the Canucks sweater. And so he wanted to see him play the Canucks. Was that on January 27th?
I don't know the dates, Tim. Does he like the home? Probably the dark sweater, though, right? Then you go to the games and everyone's wearing
He
white.
actually has a Pedersen sweater for the Jackson looked at me like that's
Appalling?
No,
Disturbing?
No, he has no idea who the gentleman is.
Oh,
Pedersen?
confused.
No.
Come on.
Again, like players who are on the Blues, it's
Get him going on the Sedin twins.
Really
all
touch and
hell
go.
break loose in the text inbox.
You remember the Sedin twins, don't you?
It was
watching on YouTube to be rewarded.
It was a
with that.
different era when you could say things like this, but Chaser always called them the Sedin sisters. He was always mad at them taking a dive.
and bitching at the officials.
Yes.
the Blues played the Canucks, Tim, on January 27th.
Yeah, of course.
And then also on December 10th, 2024, where they won in overtime.
I don't think I was at that one.
Okay, the most recent one was obviously Thursday, March 20th, where they also won in overtime.
So should I stay outside the building and just send my 7-year-old by himself?
No, you go. It has nothing to do with
Let him
it.
sit with Vitali in the booth.
That's not a bad idea.
You think the Blues players get nervous when they know
I didn't
you're
want
in
to
the
say
crowd?
that. You're saying it, though.
Yeah.
You're saying, and especially if they start, if one of those ice girls start pushing me up and down the ice on the shovel, that could like Snipes might go, oh my God, he's here.
Yeah.
Are you going to sit down on the shovel proper, or are you just going to stand on it and hold on to the pole?
Well, Doug says they're going to win the baby. Look, there's a little baby out there.
You could be the bucket man, the one who like holds the bucket that they pour all the ice shavings in.
That's how I have to. That's what I have to utilize to skate around
Yeah.
the Kirkwood rink.
So it'd be natural. I think
I
that
mean, you want to talk about emasculating.
Yeah.
100. Not being able to roller skate, like being out there and like looking like you just learned how to walk, is really, really tough past the age of like 10 years old.
Yeah, and the company outing if you can't golf and you swing and it
Oh, like
hits
tower tee and you fall into the net in
just
front
hit
of
it
it.
sideways.
Hey, Tim, I work right by the Enterprise Center, and you can just park in my spot tonight if that's easier for you. I'm going to the game, too, but my son and I will just drive around until we find a lot. Thanks. That's from Big Tough.
Son's like,
play.
Dad, why can't we go to the game?
Bernie Federko is going to join us coming up here in a matter of moments. The program is called TMA, and it's presented by Brandon Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Hey, I want to talk about Stewie with Stewart's American Mortgage. He gives out his personal cell phone to our listeners at 314-324-4440, or you can just Google the bagel loan. And Stewie is with us now talking about building wealth. Stewie, what tips do you have for the listeners?
Well, Tim, first we got to congratulate our 24-year-old. This is unbelievable. He's a great listener of the show. He closed yesterday on his 4th rental property, and the funny part of it is he doesn't even have a job, Tim. No job. All the mortgages we gave him were based on the income and the rental income of that particular property. He qualified for it. For 4 rental properties, it gives him a net income of $5,000 a month. He's only 24 years old. He tells me by the time he's 30, he wants to have 15 rental properties. Then he won't need a job. He's going to sit back and take care of the properties. Great idea. Great way to build wealth, because overall in time, real estate just keeps appreciating. Take the opportunity. Doesn't matter if you have a job, if you're self-employed, not showing income, you can buy rental properties. You can refinance those rental properties, get the cash you need, whatever you want based on the rental income.
That is a great, great story from a 24-year-old TMA listener doing the right thing, building wealth at a young age. If you are interested in getting involved, that's where Stewie can help you out. 314-324-4440. That's his cell number. So you can call that right now and talk to Stewie, or you can Google the bagel loan. Stewie, we appreciate it. Thanks.
Have a great day, Tim.
You too. TMA 101 ESPN, Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. And it is our pleasure to welcome to the Callier and Thompson phone lines the Hall of Famer, Bernie Federko. Morning, Bernie.
Good morning, Tim. How are you?
I am wonderful. How are you doing?
Good. Everything's great. Everything's great.
Fired up for the festivities tonight as the Blues will try to tie the franchise record by making it 11 in a row with Sidney Crosby and the Penguins coming to town. Since we talked to you last Thursday, I feel like we've seen the equivalent of 2 playoff games with what we saw on Saturday in Denver and this past Tuesday night with the comeback win against the Red Wings.
Yeah, that's this time of the year. I mean, it's tight checking, both 2-1 games, so you know exactly what you're expecting, I think, when you go to the game, because you know both teams are probably desperate. I mean, Pittsburgh will not desperate tonight. They're, I think, pretty well out of it, but I think the Blues have pretty well assured themselves a playoff spot, but you got to keep winning. You want to make sure that you get the job done. But it's been fun to watch, and it really, compared to what we saw earlier in the year, it's hard to believe that they're going for 11 in a row. And I think more importantly, I mean, when you look at the last 21 games, they've won 17 of them. So I think it's pretty fascinating.
You were on some good teams. I don't know if you ever won 10 in a row, but you were on some good teams. When you get hot like this, do you just feel like you're going to win every game, like something good is going to happen at some point?
Yeah, Doug, I think so. I think you expect to win. You go out there. I mean, it's not that you're just putting in the motion. I think that everybody now is on the same page. Everybody is working so hard, and everybody believes that, hey, just to continue to work and continue to do the little things that you're supposed to, right? And good things will happen. And I think we saw that against Detroit. They didn't play their best, but, I mean, it took them till the end before they could even score, but then get the one, late, and then they end up winning it in overtime. So, yeah, you expect to win when things are going well, and right now I think they're full of a lot of confidence.
We were talking earlier this year, and I was of the belief, boy, it's kind of a quiet room. They could use a little more pizzazz. Just a quiet group, and Shen's trying his best to kind of get these guys going. Then all of a sudden, this team's having so much fun. The chemistry's great. How does that play out? Is it always good chemistry if you're winning, or were you on some crappy teams where everybody loved each other?
Well, you know what? I think you pretty well really like each other in the locker room. I mean, you tend to, when you spend all your time together, you tend to either have to learn to like each other, or you're going to have a lot of trouble during the season. But, I mean, I don't know what happened, to be honest. I mean, I think I'd love to be able to put my finger on why all of a sudden everything came together. But, they are having fun right now. And I think it's just when you start winning, you win a couple of games, and then everybody just says, okay, hey, you know what, let's keep doing this. There's a lot more fun going to the rink when you're winning. So you keep doing the right things. You keep working your tail off, and good things happen, and then you just kind of start to rolling, and that's all it is right now. I mean, I don't think there's a solution or there's a recipe for what's going on right now, but I think every team goes through it. And then, I mean, we talked about Detroit the other night. When Detroit, when the coaching change was made, and when Todd took over there at Detroit, I think they went like 17-5-2, whatever their record was, and then all of a sudden now they've only won 4 of the last 16 games. So what happens? The same team, all of a sudden they play so well, and then you don't. So it's a fine line between winning and losing. But certainly when you're winning, you have a lot more fun, and you want to stay it that way. Now I don't know. Hopefully that's not going to change. But you have to play against the other team, and sometimes the other team is better than you, and you just have to accept it. But if you're playing your best and you lose, you still know that you'll be able to bounce back the next game. And I think that's the attitude they have right now.
Yeah, you're exactly right, because the last time they lost was against the opponent they're facing tonight, the Pittsburgh Penguins. And I specifically recall, talked with Vitale the next morning, it was a Thursday night, that they were going, it was really weird because they outplayed them, but they just didn't beat them. And so that momentum carried over. If you recall the Stars Sunday afternoon game where they gave up 4 goals on the penalty kill, 5-on-5, they felt like they outplayed them. So even in losses, there has been momentum, and weirdly, some games, Bernie, where they felt like they didn't play well, they've won. So there's been this theme here, really going back to the 4 nations, and that's what a lot of the guys cite is having that break, that respite. Coming out of it is really when this team took off, and it was almost like a second training camp where Jim Montgomery was able to kind of instill some things that this team has taken and running, and they were able to breathe, get past the trade deadline, and that's when they took off.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I mean, you go back to even just before. I mean, they beat Chicago, which was a terrible game, but they came back and ended up winning that game. And then they had the break, and they actually played very well against Winnipeg, lost that game in overtime. And then since then, I mean, realistically, yes, they outplayed Dallas. They outplayed Pittsburgh. They actually, I thought, outplayed the LA Kings too. That one they lost in overtime.
Yeah, 3-2.
They may have won the last 21 straight games instead of just 17 of them. So it's really bizarre, but they have played really well. And I think that's the whole theme that you have. If you play well, whether you win or lose, as long as you're playing well, you know that you got a chance each and every night. And I think that's what they've given themselves. And yes, there's some games that they probably shouldn't have won, but when you're on a roll, you're getting the right bounces. And unfortunately, that can change very, very quickly. But you have to believe, and even if you have the bad bounce and you lose a game, you got to be able to continue to say, hey, if we continue to play like that, we're going to win more games than we're going to lose. And I think that's the situation they're in right now.
What did you think of the way Snuggerud played the other night? And do you think we'll see him the rest of the way, or are they just going to play him a little bit to get his feet wet for next year?
You know, that's a good question, Doug, but I thought he played very well. I mean, he almost scored on that first shot that he had. I mean, you watch that on the replay. That almost went in. It just almost went underneath the goaltender's arm. But I thought Talbot played really well. But, I mean, I thought Snuggerud, I mean, he was certainly not out of place. I noticed they sent Dvorsky back down, but, Snuggerud, I think that he's very capable of playing. I mean, you can see that he can skate well, he shoots well. I mean, his hockey sense, as Jim Montgomery said, defensively he knows where he's supposed to be. So, that's a decision that the coaching staff is going to have to make. But certainly he's very capable of being in the lineup each and every night.
Bernie, what were the circumstances of your first NHL game? Friends, family there? Where was it? Do you remember being nervous? What were the details?
His first game was in Colorado against the old Colorado Rockies. No, there was no one there. I mean, I got called up just before Christmas, and we kind of drove from Kansas City here to St. Louis, flew with the team to Denver. We played the game in Denver, and then we played in Vancouver. I came back for the rest of from Christmas till New Year's. I think the Blues played 3 games. I didn't even get into a game. It was just kind of here to practice, and then got sent back down in January. So no hoopla. I was very nervous. Yes, it was very exciting. No cell phones. Called my parents, called everybody to let them know that I was going to be in the NHL. But no, there was no TV. No one flying into the game. I don't think we were making enough money to even afford to have our family fly in to help them with the flight. So, no, there was no such thing.
Well, what an unceremonious beginning to a legendary career. There you go.
It is what it is.
Do you think the Blues players, do they care who they're going to face if it's Vegas? If they somehow overtook Colorado, they need to have to play Dallas. Do you think they're Winnipeg? I mean, do you think they even think about that?
No. I mean, I think right now, obviously, as we get closer, they're still thinking about just being in a position to be in the playoffs. And I would agree that, that it's with Vancouver losing last night, I think that it's pretty well all wrapped up. It's going to be whether or not they finish ahead of Minnesota or not. And I think that's all. You just want to win as many games as you can. But, whether you play, no matter who you play, you've got to go through everybody. And certainly everybody above you is a better team. You're the underdog. But the way the Blues are playing right now, they have to believe that they can beat anybody. And I think that it's the other teams that are probably more worried about who has to play against the Blues, whether it's Winnipeg, whether it's Vegas. I think they're more concerned about playing the Blues right now the way they're playing, especially with Binnington in goal.
It does seem like they got a pretty good mix to go into a playoffs. They got some guys who've been there and won it all, and a lot of young guys who should still have some energy, and 2 pretty good goalies. That's about what you'd want going into the playoffs, and everybody's healthy when Parayko comes back.
Yeah, absolutely, Doug, and I love the way the defensive played. And when you look at the veteran guys on this, you've got guys like Falk, and you've got Fowler and Leddy and Suter, and then Breaker goes back to the way Broberg has played. This team has got some really good veteran defensemen on it, and yes, you got what Holloway has done. Kyrie's playing very well. Thomas is. Shen. Everybody's playing well right now. So yes, I think the mix right now and the chemistry they have right now, I think that they're going to really, scare anybody they have to play against.
Blues are going to face Sidney Crosby and the Penguins this evening. As a Hall of Famer, and you've seen him and what he has done over the years, both for the Penguins and the Canadian national team, what do you think when you watch him play? He certainly came into the league years ago, Bernie, with a lot of expectation and pressure, and I feel like he has lived up to, if not exceeded, those expectations. You're able, of course, to see it through the lens of somebody who is in the Hall of Fame. When you see him play, when you've seen him play, what do you think that stands out that separates him from so many players?
I just think the way he handles himself. I mean, he's been an ambassador for the game of hockey since he's got in. Yes, as you said, he came in with such hoopla, the first overall pick. I mean, that, he's going to be everything. And he's lived up to the hype. I mean, the way he handles himself, the way he carries himself, the way he speaks. He's always got something positive to say, and scored the big goal for Canada when they won the gold medal in Vancouver. So, I mean, he's done with the pressure that he's had on him in his entire career. He's been absolutely nothing but fantastic, and I just think the way he handles himself and carries himself, I think, is the most important. The way he sells the game of hockey, not only here in the States, but in the entire world, is so aware of hockey now, and I think he's really been a gem with it.
Are you shocked that Ovechkin's going to catch Gretzky? I mean, that's a number I thought nobody's ever getting to 894 career goals. Now Ovechkin scored in back-to-back nights. He's 39, and he's got 39 goals this year after missing about a month. He's 2 from tying, 3 from overtaking the great one.
Yeah, Martin, it's pretty amazing, and I did not think. I thought he was going to get it because he said he's going to continue to play until he gets it, and I was not surprised for that to happen. But for having to happen this year, it's very, very shocking. It's unbelievable. I mean, he still continued to score. He just had 39 goals, and the goal he scored last night, the patented one-timer from the left side, which we've seen so many times. So yeah, it's pretty amazing, but you still got to get it. And I think now the pressure comes, but they get 6 or 7 games left, and certainly he should get it. But there's going to be a big watch, and I'm sure that the league is going to be watching him. And Wayne will be there, I'm sure, every night. So it's going to be. Wayne's probably hoping that if he gets it really quickly, so he doesn't have to continue to follow him each and every night. Okay, where are we going tonight? Columbus. Where are we going next? So yeah, I think it's pretty amazing feat for him to be able to beat that record, because I didn't think anybody was ever going to beat it last year. I said the same thing. I didn't think anybody was going to get it until. I said possibly, because he said he wanted to continue to play and pursue it, but certainly I didn't think it would happen this quickly.
Did they put you on the ice a lot when Gretzky was playing against the Blues? Was it you against him, or were? No. It was kind of very rare. I mean, I played against their checking line, and I think Wayne played against our checking line. It's kind of you matched up. So I mean, occasionally you would be out against. I mean, Wayne killed penalties and this and that. So in the power play, we saw a lot of them, but no. I mean, I think in those days it was always against the Czech. I mean, guys like Dennis Savard or Howard Chick or Trache. I mean, we didn't really play against each other. It was kind of checkers against the scorers, and the scorers didn't really play against the scorers. So it's a lot different now. Yeah, because he'd had a lot fewer goals if you'd have been out there.
Nice.
There you go, Jim.
He would have had a lot more.
Well, I don't know.
It would have been wide open hockey. It would have been back and forth.
It would have been a.
Tim, how about his calling the Hall of Famer, and the phone works, the connection works? I mean,
that was the 1 week anniversary of last Thursday, Bernie. On behalf of the program, we would like to apologize for whatever audio you heard in your phone when you were trying to talk to us when we were broadcasting from Busch Stadium, Ballpark Village opening day.
Guys, it's happened many times, so it's nothing that we can do about it, and I'm never have a reason to apologize.
God bless.
Well, we can apologize for the rest of that. The Jeff Passan audio maybe comes to mind.
Bernie, always appreciate it. Great conversation as always here on Thursdays on 101 ESPN, and looking forward to the festivities tonight. Blues and Penguins trying to tie the franchise record with 11 in a row. Appreciate it, Bernie.
Thanks, fellas. You have a great day.
You too. It's Bernie Federko with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines.
Hey, He was a great one. He was a great one.
I really like that Bernie Federko.
Oh, yeah.
You apologized to him
in
when you called him and said, I'm so sorry about last week. It was nice.
And he's always incredibly gracious and kind and
he's
flexible.
as kind as it gets, isn't he?
He's great.
He's like, well, I didn't have to do the hit. Don't apologize.
The Blues community, like the alumni, by and large, is everybody's like.
So you're getting on board.
I've said it all the time. I love everything about hockey except the actual gameplay. But I love the culture around it.
Part of it. Promo.
All the guys I've talked to or dealt with when it comes to hockey have been awesome. Again, the culture I think is funny and cool, and I like the team first aspect. Just the gameplay I just can't get on board with. But everything else,
everything
love
but
the sweaters.
Tim.
Love the sweaters.
Everything's great except the actual game.
The sport itself.
The sport itself.
How'd you feel about the Blues sweaters on Tuesday night?
They kind of grow on me a little. I like that they use the red accent also in the sock area. Is it called a sock?
I think it's called the sock area.
Yeah. Well, they call them hockey pants when they're clearly shorts, so I don't know exactly what everything is.
You're about to get sideways with the whole sport again.
Well, how could they be mad at me? I just said I love their sport. Well, I love everything about their sport except the sport.
Oh.
Think about it.
But that sounds worse than what I mean.
Mm-hmm. Well, one thing about hockey players, they're all smart enough to know who to call when the garage door doesn't work.
Oh.
And that would be Schaefer door.
Yeah, they'd call Jason Gossrow is what they do.
They would. I think there's a lot of talk about that in the locker room. How's your garage door today? I think someone will say, well, it didn't go up. And then they say, well, call Schaefer door. I think this probably happens frequently at Blues practices and before, maybe even during games. Maybe they get a call from the wife saying, hey, the garage door's not going up. Well, it's the middle of the second period. What do you want me to do about it? Well, call Schaefer Door. This is how it works. 636-782-3608. That's the number for Schaefer Door. And they also have to spell it for their wife so she can look it up. SCHAEFER. Schaefer Door services all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and Mister. They are versatile. They also handle those big, giant business or warehouse doors. If you should have a problem there, Jason or one of his people will get right out there and help you, as they've done for me on a couple different occasions. The website again, SchaeferDoor.com. Call or text at 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door is a CHI overhead door dealer.
The red sweaters sucked in the 90s, and they suck even more that they brought it back, Jackson. That's from Magic Beans, Doug. Magic Beans.
That's a recent text name. And you're allowed to have a different opinion than me. That's
my gosh.
Oh, that's allowed?
That's what makes our great union great. And so I just say, I don't love them, but they have grown on me a little. I like the trumpet usage, I like that,
Trumpet
I think
usage.
lean into, I think
sock area, trumpet usage.
I think the name St. Louis Blues and then the 64th note with the team starting 64, like all that stuff, or 68th note and starting 68 is really cool. Like I think you lean into like the music aspect of your name. The history of blues music in St. Louis.
The
I think
Utah
it's really
Jazz has done that as well.
Yeah, they've a place known for a rich history of jazz, Salt Lake City, Utah.
Jazz club. You can't even get a beer without joining like a beer club.
Brigham Young played a mean trombone. That's where it started.
Yeah, that's right.
Magic Beans is a dork. Those jerseys are beautifully hideous. Grow up. That's from the 314. Does not have a text name, but you can get one between now and I guess tomorrow's program, and then it's over.
Yeah.
Can you get one on Monday?
What's the date on Monday again?
Doug, you got it. I don't crowdsource calendars, but I think it's April 7th.
7th. I'll do it Monday. I'll do it Monday.
You will do it on Monday.
As a gentleman's tip to the listener, like a little
gentleman's tip to the listener.
Like as like I'll give you the 1 day grace period.
Throwing them a bone.
Okay.
Yeah, a little like a. What's it in French cooking or Cajun cooking? Like
Doug, you do a lot of French culinary.
The extra thing you get at a lanyap. That's what it's called.
What in the world?
This guy's dunking on us with his old money.
That's it's like an extra little thing, like when you dine.
It's a thing of what?
Like a
sauce?
No,
appetizer?
A lanyap.
A lanyap.
I think you guys have talked about it maybe years. Spelled.
It's like talking to Joe.
It means a little something extra or a small gift given to a customer by a merchant, often used as a bonus or a perk.
Huh.
A little lanyap.
Can you get that at Cajun restaurants?
Well, it's Louisiana French word, so yeah.
There you go, Doug. We're learning things here.
That was a dictionary dunk.
Well, it's my little lanyap.
Hey, you virgin.
What's up?
Stop trying to climb on the hockey wagon. We all know you'll take a November game in Charlotte against New Orleans over a Game 7 Stanley Cup playoff game. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko.
Not hurtful?
Depends if Zion's healthy.
I was just going to say you'd have a chance to use that.
I saw the Hornets play earlier this year. Good time.
Have you seen the Hornets live this year?
No, I
Boy,
haven't.
will Noah
Not
Ball likes to
live.
shoot.
The Hornets were the Bobcats. They were the Hornets, and then they left, and then they were the Bobcats, and now they're the Hornets.
Yes, so the New Orleans Hornets then changed to the Pelicans, and then Charlotte took the name Hornets back. It was quite confusing.
And what
there
happened
for
to the
a period of time.
Bobcats? They just
Bobcats
threw them.
R.I.P.
Yeah, that's God for it. It wasn't necessarily the greatest history for the Bobcats. I doubt they made the playoffs more than once.
People like Del Curry probably is their career leader and everything.
Grandmama,
Glenn
Larry
Rice.
Johnson. Larry Johnson played for
Muggsy Bogues.
Muggsy Bogues. Yeah.
B.J. Anderson.
Michael Kidd-Gilchrist. He had a really beautiful shooting form.
Making Snuggie wear that trash sweater in his debut is awful. Those jerseys give me bad memories of the Keenan debacle and him screwing up what should have been a great Gretzky era. That's from Ian LePerriere. How about him?
Oh, Lappy.
Is that what you have on the side at a French restaurant? A lappy? No.
Someone texted in, why are you so hard to like, Jackson? Oh, that was nice.
I disagree.
Chairman Stephen Wildwood won the Listener of the Year in 2023, and he would prefer I do not go into the building tonight. I'm taking my 7-year-old so he can see Sidney Crosby, and I'm looking at my phone where we usually will take pictures as a family when we go to games. We were at the Wild game November 19th, Doug. Didn't go well. We were at the Buffalo Sabres Sunday afternoon game. I think that was in December or January. Didn't go well. We were at the Canucks game January 27th. Didn't go well. And so Chairman Steve's worried that if I go tonight, it won't go well, and so he is making this offer. I'll walk up there and take the kid in so you don't F up the streak. You can hang out with my wife in our apartment and watch White Lotus while you watch the game on your phone. She won't even realize we switched if you act like you're listening. That's from Chairman Steve.
Wow. Bleak. Wow.
What about the do factor? Tim's due.
Yeah, that's true.
Boy, I'm going to be wearing it tomorrow morning if...
They must just
true.
be so jittery to hear you
That's
come
what
into the
I wonder
building.
about.
Yeah, there's a rumble. Oh, he's here, he's here, he's here. And then they try to find you, scan the stands, and when they're looking up in the stands to find you, someone scores on them.
Yeah, that could be it. I remember, comparatively speaking, Sarah Palin... during the 2008 presidential race, visited the building. He rolled out the red carpet. Manny Legacy tripped over the red carpet, injured his knee, if memory serves, and it became a problem until those boys could rally with Chris Mason in net to make it to the playoffs, where they were swept by, Jackson, the Sedin twins.
Right. The Sedins. The brothers Sedin.
That's right.
Brothers Sedin.
That was a nice breakdown.
Tim, I think it was actually blue carpet because we used to joke about it. Was
blue carpet?
Yeah, it was Sarah Palin's blue carpet, which was a great text-in name for a while.
Oh, is that right?
Or it could have been.
Make sure Tim pays homage to Jobu. That is from the 314.
Yeah.
I'll be happy to.
Maybe that would be the difference.
What will you do?
Rum. Since we bring.
Yeah, Jobu likes his rum, you know.
Nobody's claiming.
Worked for Pedro
Who
Serrano.
brought it? We don't know. It's a great mystery.
Who do you think brought it? Caruso.
He's a generous executive.
Generous executive Mike Caruso bringing in trinkets from home.
Time on his,
I like the
time
word
on his
trinket.
hand. Let's see. Somebody on the team.
I think number 50? Seems like it might be something up his alley.
That's
Seems
a
to talk about it a
That's
lot.
a
Yes.
really good play.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a big. My guy Jordan Williams did a piece on it last night, and all the guys talked about it. And they said, "Well, who?" They said, "Oh, we don't know. It just showed up."
Take your shirt off.
Oh, Dylan Holloway.
I think he's got to be somebody a little more veteran to kind of have the. I mean, it's got an actual locker.
Brayden Sheen.
Over by, I love Schenner, but I don't think he would be bringing in trinkets. I think Bennington's a pretty good
trinket
play.
guy. Caruso's a trinket guy. Is Montgomery a trinket guy?
Bob Thomas, no chance. Monty's kind of fun, but
I watch a lot of the Blues like TikTok stuff and Twitter stuff where they like ask questions of the day to him. Matthew Joseph seems like he likes to have a good time. That seems like some.
That's live. That's a nice, Doug. That's a nice value play.
Younger guy. Like,
also say Sonny because he's been around.
yeah, he also
kinda
seems
has
like to
some
have a good
fun.
time. Yeah.
Because the young guys are not going to do it because they'll get dunked on. I think it. Oh boy, Bennington has not been effusive. He used to be a little more talkative back in the Jim Thomas era.
Jim Thomas era, yeah.
But he was very talkative when it came to the Jobu. He had fun with that. Oh, if I had to wager, that's what I would say.
Tim, I'll valet park you in my building and pick you up after the game. I'll give you a piggyback ride back to the garage. Do you prefer club soda or tonic with your Kettle One vodka? That's from Beer Cats, and he won Listener of the Month.
He's going to give you a piggyback ride.
I think he actually could.
Yeah,
he's huge.
Pretty big guy.
He's El Gato Grande.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Would you accept that? And your kid will be on your piggyback?
So like an MMM.
Well, I guess.
Did Prod have a take on that specific sequence?
No, he was more MMF-oriented. Jackson, what is your opinion on sporting events where both teams wear dark uniforms? It sucks for colorblind people like me. We can't tell them apart. Thanks. It's from the 314.
Hate it.
Jackson has a uniform Twitter account that's a burner. I still haven't found out what account it is, but he comments on uniforms.
No, it's my account. And now my profile picture is back to me and not of Jake Gunsel. But hate it because, and the NBA does it like it'll happen once a night where two teams are wearing dark or semi-dark colored uniforms, and it sucks. It's one team in basketball needs to be wearing white uniforms, and the other team any other color. It just gets tough.
The NBA let the uniform just get out of control. It'll just say on the back like Queen City Pride.
Yeah, well, they really lean in. Like if
Hot Town, Hot Times. I'm like, I'm sorry, who's playing?
Well, it's weird. Major League Baseball is like taking forever to give every team one City Connect, and the NBA is like, we've been giving essentially City Connects every year for the past decade, ever since they signed with Nike.
You see a guy dribbling down the court and his shirt just says, "What's up?" And I'm like, I'm sorry, is this the Wizards? Like, it's a little too random.
Sometimes when they go way off color, like with their actual team colors, it gets a little weird.
Like the Lakers never wear white, do they?
Yeah, sometimes.
Gold or purple?
Occasionally. I don't like when they bring out the black. As a longtime Lakers fan, the only one in South St. Louis, especially of Irish descent in the 1980s, I always got a raised eyebrow, as you might imagine.
I can imagine.
Johnny Most wanted to punch you.
Yeah, it wasn't playable, but I love the Lake Show, and I hate when they bring out the black uniforms.
I don't like the black, but the white uniforms I think actually look really good. I think the white Laker uniforms but the gold is an all-time classic.
338 people in the YouTube chat right now getting ready for the surprise guest at 9 o'clock. The highly anticipated. Doug, we've put a lot of pucks on net as far as the guests on the guest.
Right.
And I don't know.
How about Patty Maroon?
Maroon's been on the show
a lot of people
bunch.
guess that.
I saw that too, and I'm like, Maroon's been on the show a bunch. I don't know. We're going to find out here in a matter of moments.
Right.
Ken Iggy-Strode is in there talking about his book. So I guess he's written another chapter. Oh, he's right. He's working on it. Absolutely. I think if you subscribe to Iggy's Patreon, you get the first few chapters. Iggy, you can confirm that in the Michelob Ultra.
Well, the forward was going to be written by Stevie Nicks, but she's still a little scarred about the butt pat story.
The what story?
Butt pat. Didn't Stevie Nicks pat him on the butt?
Somebody.
They hung out at like a Ritz-Carlton in Shaker Heights, Ohio, which apparently is a nice neighborhood in the Cleveland area. Mm-hmm. I'm not well versed.
And you saw like Robert Plant there too.
Yeah, I think it was like Robert Plant.
I think Tiger's the one who patted him on the ass.
Maybe both did.
Yeah.
He says maybe Kay Parker or Dana Plato. That's the last thing he posted in the YouTube chat. Dana Plato, of course, Doug played Kimberly on Different Strokes.
Mm-hmm. And the whole cast went up behind bars.
That's correct. Yeah. The surprise guest is coming your way here on TMA at 9 o'clock. People have been firing guesses. Let me ask you boys this. Has the person's name been guessed in the text inbox? And I know you guys don't see every single text, but
not that I've seen. I've seen a lot of texts.
All right.
I haven't seen.
And Jackson's describing the surprise guest, for those of you just joining us, as Mount Rushmore of former athletes and what else they have done since leaving the playing surface.
I think Jackson also gave another tell that you guys are missing. But,
really?
I might give as we're playing the Open, I may give a last second hint. I think it'll be great. It might have got oversold at this point. But
always under promise and over deliver.
That's yes, correct.
But I think this person is an
Doug
is an outstanding caller, an outstanding guest.
Yeah, it'll be fun.
Person means it's a human.
Yes,
it's either a man or a woman.
And this is in a certain way.
The T1000 is not coming on the program.
This is a first of sorts for the surprise guest segment.
Yes. Okay, yeah, I know what you're saying.
Right?
Yes,
it's a lady. Doug, it's a lady.
I think it's Hulk Hogan.
And again, by saying all this, I've oversold it.
I've oversold it.
Hulk Hogan's been on the show, though, too.
Oh, he has.
Larry Nickel no pun intended, grilled him about how he passed on the George Foreman grill. That's wonderful audio. And Hulk Hogan, who was just like kind of like humoring us by letting Larry interview him. Or Larry starts going into the passing on the George Foreman grill. He goes, okay, what are you with the IRS, brother? Let's ease up a little bit with these questions. So fake Hulk Hogan's going to make it. Maybe it's Sable?
What if it's Jeff Passan after last Thursday's audio was so unpleasant, we thought we'd just get it squared away.
That audio of us playing that audio.
And by the way, when I say this show is crap, what I mean, because I look at all the things I have open, I have the hockey standings, I have the Cardinal box score, and then I have Bobby Vinton's bio.
Nice.
And he's still alive. The Polish Prince will be 90 this year. I have the 1986 PGA Championship Open, Bob Tway. Shohei Ohtani, his box score from last night. Of course, Dodgers won again. And then my quiz for you guys I haven't gotten to because I was reading about Bobby Vinton, but was the all-time Cardinal home run list because of the catching. We started debating at work last night. What catchers did the Cardinals have that were like power hitters? They really haven't.
Ted Simmons hit a lot of home runs.
Not a ton. We'll get into that a little later.
Park was big. Yeah.
Man, I am intrigued. Well, we're about to find out the surprise guest, a Mount Rushmore surprise guest, getting things underway in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. It's coming up next. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Cardinals avoid the sweep by the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, defeating them 12-5 yesterday. Vaughn becomes the first catcher in Cardinal history to hit 3 home runs in the game. Off today, back in action tomorrow for the Cardinals. 1:10 start tomorrow against the Boston Red Sox. Eric Fetty will be towing the slab. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Surprise, surprise, surprise. Now, what, if anything, that ball contains, we don't know. This is an adventure you and I are going to be taking together.
You've got a big surprise coming to you.
There are complaints that the 101 ESPN app has ruined the surprise.
Oh, did it?
Oh, no.
Rats. Oh, Doug.
That might be my bad.
Did you tweet it out or something?
That's probably my bad.
No. And
one of the most anticipated surprises to start the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour, and it's been ruined.
Although I don't know, I'm not seeing any text. I'm not seeing any text about it.
For the panel, which is all we care about, is right here.
Yeah, and I don't really look at Twitter. Tim, Reese has stopped tweeting.
When I said it's a first of sorts, it's our first repeat surprise guest, and it's relevant for a number of reasons. I mean, what's going on right now?
For a number of reasons, Claves.
Number of reasons? No. He was not a surprise guest, for the record. I just think there's a lot to get to, and it's in this person who, I agree with Jackson, is a Hall of Fame caller and friend of the show. What's going on, buddy?
Yeah, let's go. Move on. What's the first question about hockey, please?
It's Keith Tkachuk.
Walter?
You were supposed to call in and clarify that you wanted to talk to Dirtbag about Boston. Tim, the Frozen Four is next week. Boston U is here. Cardinals are about to play the Red Sox. Cardinals have a day off in Boston. Blues are red hot. Matthew Tkachuk hasn't played since the Four Nations. And Big Walt said, it's time to talk.
It's time to air some grievances.
Yes.
Hey, Walter.
Yeah. What's up, boys? Dirtbag, how you doing?
I am wonderful.
It's worth it just for that.
Walter, I need to get your opinion on this. This is key. I'm taking my son, 7 years old, down to the game tonight. Wanted him to be able to see Sidney Crosby, but I'm reviewing my stats for attendance this year at games, and the Blues are winless when I'm in the building. Doug theorizes the boys get nervous when I'm there.
Yeah.
Should I just send the 7-year-old in and stay outside the building? How would you recommend handling this?
You are a jinx. There's no doubt about it, but you got to go. I don't think the way we're playing right now, you're going to ruin it, so you better be there. But you're not there to watch Crosby. Come on, even though he's probably the greatest player in the last 20 years, but no, you'll be fine. We'll cut you some slack. You got to go down there.
Yes, Doug, I'm in the clear now.
All right.
Stephen Wildwood, I will not be hanging out with your wife tonight.
Anytime you can spend time with your kid, you do it, buddy. So we'll cut you some slack, buddy.
I think what Walter's saying, Tim, is you really don't matter. Is what he's saying.
I hate you. I still hate you, Dirtbag. You gotta go do it.
Jeez, I thought he was going to
cut that off
a little softer.
Oh, goodness. Well, Walt, we got the Frozen Four. BU is the Terriers. I want to say they're the Terriers are coming to town. This is pretty cool.
Yeah, I'll tell you right now, I'm very proud of that group. I mean, honestly, the 4 teams I would have never predicted, and I can say that honestly, to be in the final in the Frozen Four, but you know, you look at the coaches that are here, and especially at Boston University, you know, you got David Carl with Denver, one of the best coaches around. Then you got Jay Pandolfo with BU, Pat Ferschweiler for Western, and then Guy Gowski. I mean, these are great coaches, and you know that's the reason why they're here. It's going to be a fun time, but you know, at the end of the day, I'm a BU guy, and I'm rooting for BU.
Did you even go to class?
For 1 year, I did on and off. I mean, I was there to play hockey. So, but no, BU is a great school, and it was a fun time there. It really was.
Did you have a major? Did you have a backup plan if hockey didn't work out?
None of your business. I wasn't even talking about it. I wasn't gonna let it get to that point. I'm sorry. I was there to play hockey.
Oh, feisty.
I like that. Let it get to that point.
I wasn't going to let it get to that point where I had to deal with that crap.
Could have worked down at the docks with Ma.
I would have been a fireman like my dad was in Boston. So that was my backup plan. I wanted to play hockey so bad. But if you don't go to school and you don't do well, you don't play. So you have to do well.
Okay. All right. On and off with no major declared. Keith Tkachuk, friend of the show. There's so many different topics. He's sworn up, much like Edmund says he's done with media. Big Walt's done with the Red Sox. So I can't even get a weekend preview of Cod's Red Sox as Big Walt's done.
They're kind of flopping around to start the season.
I just hope the Cards sweep them.
How about that? You really are done with the Sox.
Gosh.
Why are you done with the Sox again? I forgot.
None of your business.
First of all, it is none of your business. But I've lived here long enough, probably more than I did in Boston. Plus, once they got rid of Mookie Betts,
that's right.
Done with them.
That was it. What about a day? Cardinals have a day off. They're all in Boston today. What should they do in Beantown?
Go to the docks and tell my mom to quit.
Still working.
Well, who's going to support her?
Keith's wife or mom. You need to quit. Yeah, that's not a bad way to spend your day in Boston.
God, I thought there'd be a little more to it, Tim.
Not a lot of sightseeing. Hey, Walter, with the 10-game streak, and it seems like it started right around that Four Nations, is there anything like strategically that you've observed that the Blues have done that has played a role in the team going from what they were doing, kind of flopping around a little bit going into that break to what they've been able to pull off, especially without Parayko for the majority of this run?
First of all, it's a big loss, but it just shows you the depth we have. You know, I haven't been around here enough to watch, but I've watched it on TV, and you know, when you have a guy like Jim Montgomery leading the way behind the bench, this guy, all he does is win at every level. So, and the guys are stepping up. They're playing well. It's everybody's chipping in, and you're playing fast. Even when you're down, you find a way to claw back. And we've beaten some good teams, and it's amazing the record we've had. And hopefully we can keep it going. This is the right time to be playing well. The guys have done a great job. Doug believes in his team. He's felt that way at the trade deadline, and I'm glad he did. I mean, this is a fun team to watch. We're young, we're fast, playing with a lot of energy, and things are going our way.
As somebody who's been out on the recruiting trail, he is the Blues director of player recruitment, I believe is the title for Big Walt, Keith Tkachuk. You've seen Snuggerud, Dvorsky, and these guys play, even going back, Kyrou, I think, was in Sarnia. How much fun is it for you to see some of these players get this chance now at the pro level?
You know what? It's been great. The scouting staff has done a great job. We feel pretty good where we're at with the prospects, and getting Jimmy in here has been incredible. I mean, he's had a good run at Minnesota. Now he's here with us. You just got to let him do what he does. He's a natural goal scorer, and Dvorsky is a big-time centerman who's strong, is having a great year in the American League, and I can name a bunch of other guys. So we're in good shape on that side, and that gives Doug a lot to play with.
Are there other guys? Are there a number of
None
other
of your
players?
business, Doug.
Well, I'm sorry. I just thought maybe there's more people coming up that are going to be like Dvorsky and Snuggerud.
Yeah, we do. I'm not going to name them all, but I feel really excited about what we have on the team now and what we have in the future. So we're in pretty good shape. We got a lot of good prospects, both on the back end and up front, and some of them are playing in the American League right now. Some of them playing in junior. Some of them are playing in the playoffs right now, and guys in college. So it's exciting, and I'm looking forward to, actually watching the Frozen Four here in St. Louis, which I think it's going to be incredible for the fans here. And everything St. Louis does in whatever sport, it always succeeds. So I'm looking forward to that.
Western Michigan's here. I had to look it up. Andy Murray is no longer coaching up there. He did for a long time. That was your guy. And when I say your guy, he was your coach. And, Tim, before the game, we would be down there on the bench, and Mo Drummond, the mayor, and I would be standing there. And Big Walt would be, hey, Mo, come here. Do the Andy Murray imitation. Come over here. And I'm like, he's your coach. He's 10 feet away in another room. Walt would have Maurice go into the little equipment room and imitate Andy Murray, kind of had a gravelly, shaky voice. And I said, your coach is 10 feet away. Walt said, it's fine. He can't hear.
Mo was awesome doing it. He was always hesitant when I asked him, especially if I asked him in front of other guys on the team. But there's nobody that imitates, Andy Murray better than Mo. I love that. It was so much fun listening to him.
I think he was a little nervous because the coach was 10 feet away, and it was about an hour before a big National Hockey League game.
Yeah, who cares?
That'll get you on the Mount Rushmore, Jackson. Is that right? Understood.
Absolutely.
And we have Big Walt for a number of reasons. I said not just like the Claiborne thing. We've been talking about Winnipeg, and this is the reason I thought of Walt the other day. Jamie Rivers said, I want to go to Vegas, playoff matchup. Not based on the rosters, based on the city. And I said, boy, Winnipeg takes a lot of shrapnel. Big Walt played there. His wife, Chantel, is from there. This is your chance to work for the Division of Tourism for the city of Winnipeg.
Well, I love Winnipeg. I had a great time there. I'm not going to say anything bad about it. I mean, does it get cold? Yeah, it gets cold. But, when you're in the playoffs, it doesn't matter, no matter who you play. But, I enjoyed my time in Winnipeg. I really did. They got a great team, too. I don't think it matters. You got to go through somebody anyway. So, but are you guys going to make the trip up there, Marty, or what?
Well, we're going to try.
Walt, that struck me as insincere.
Wherever the team goes, you're going to go, right? Don't be a front runner. Come on, buddy.
Well, I'm thinking maybe
Seems like he's a front runner, huh?
Maybe sit next to Doug, maybe up front. You think we can work that out? I meant Army, not Vaughn.
Oh, I thought you and Doug were going to be at the front of the plane.
No, I meant Armstrong.
Yeah, I don't think he likes he's focused though. Stay away from him, please.
Yeah, that sounds like I could sit in the back of the plane with Joey Vitale, but he seems a little hyper, and I like the nap.
Yeah, well, it's a short flight, so you'll be fine.
All right, so Winnipeg is just fine with Big Walt. Well, I mean, his wife is from there, so
I like Winnipeg. I really did. I enjoyed it.
All right, well, I'm looking forward to the series. I don't care wherever they play Big Walt. I will try really hard to be there. Tim, you like that? I will try really hard.
You could drive if you were really committed.
He's BSing you, Walter. He's BSing you.
I will effort being there. If not, I'll sit in Big Walt's chair and watch the festivities. Is Matthew going to be back in time for the playoffs? We can make some National Hockey League news here.
Yeah, I haven't talked to him in the last couple of days, so I think he started skating. I'm not sure, but I think the hope was he hopes to be there. But I don't want to. I'm not there. I'm not part of the staff, and if he's in the lineup, I'll hopefully be there to cheer him on.
There you have it. I think are you a little edgy today?
Well, no, just don't like sometimes talking to you guys, but
I don't think used as a promo.
This is all been hurtful.
I'm edgy because Chantal has me doing a lot of errands today.
Oh, is that right? Can you give us an idea of what's on the itinerary?
No, I'm not going to tell you that.
Again, edgy. Are you going to be out at Centene tomorrow night?
Tomorrow night, for Chaser, absolutely. I saw Kelly yesterday, and I haven't seen him in a while because I've been out of town, and I love that guy, and it was good to see him, and I spent a few hours with him yesterday, but I'll be there tomorrow night. Obviously it's going to be a great cause, and I hope we get a chance to see him, but he's done so much for this city, for the game of hockey, and I've never seen more love. It's like Bobby Plager, the feel when you see Chaser walk into the ring. So it was great seeing him. Gave him a few big hugs and spent a lot of time with him. So I'll be there tomorrow night for sure.
Yeah, I was told doctors told him he shouldn't attend, and they're like, that means he'll definitely attend.
100% escape with the help of Tony Twist.
Like that's all it takes is
anybody who knows Chaser, he's going to be there. But we want the best for him. If it means he has to miss it, then he has to miss it. But he'll be there, and we'll be there, and we'll be there celebrating him and raising some money. And he's one of those guys that we always think of when it comes to St. Louis Blues. He's the man.
See, Tim, when I said relevant topics, I had the Sox, I had the Chaser event, we had the Frozen Four,
the Red Hot Blues,
director of player recruitment
with the young players playing, and then this topic, and I guess nobody has the balls to ask it, but I will. Pele Blanco sent this text in, Walter. Tim, has Walt ever taken you out to play Whisper Rock with him? And I think that's what people are kind of wondering. How come that hasn't happened yet?
Well, Whisper Rock, I no longer member. My wife eventually, since we didn't live there for 10 years, and I just went there for the member guests, she said, maybe it's time to sell the membership and get out of there. That was. So I'm no longer a member there. So, but as far as taking you out to play golf, I've seen you play. You're a good player. but I've seen your pace, and I will not play with you.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, he was
Too slow.
He was behind my foursome one day and was
for all 5 hours. And I play in under 3 hours.
That's what you are known for, having one of the fast, and people know not to be in front of Walter.
Do you hit into the group?
Oh yeah, I mean, why? I just move on, get the hint, know better. Like,
hey, dirtbag, how many practice swings you need up there?
And it was like 100 degrees, and he's wearing pants.
Pants shave strokes off your game, Walter.
Oh yeah,
I would like to.
And my pants would be shorts on you anyway.
I would like to ride along, and I'm a big fan of. I just pick up after a couple of shots. I'm like, I'm good. Are we at the? Hey, is there a clubhouse anytime soon? At the turn, grab a sandwich, maybe, and a cocktail.
Yeah, I like the way you're thinking, buddy. But no, one of these days, dirtbag, I'll take it out to Old Warson, buddy.
Yeah. Nice. Oh, wow, you heard it now.
Yeah, I'm locking you in on that.
I told you that Walt had a country club that Chantel at one point said, "Are we still members? We haven't lived in Phoenix in 10 years." And he said, "I don't know."
That Whisper Rock's a whole scene too, right? I mean, there's like some former Cardinals and a bunch of pros playing there, right?
Yeah, it's pretty spectacular. It's a great place. That was sad leaving there, but now I'm a member down in Florida. That's pretty nice too, as well. So,
can I ask where?
Conceal Golf Club. It's unbelievable, unreal track.
You want to see if you can get us in?
You got to walk, dirtbag. So and
got to walk.
I love walking.
And this place makes it known you better be fast.
Is that right?
So you can never play there.
You can never. Done like the practice swings.
Do you not enjoy just being out in the beauty and the nature and enjoying a good golf? What are you in such a hurry for?
Well, it's not a hurry. It's just courtesy. It's just play. I mean, you want to tell stories? Tell them not while you're ready to swing. Just go walk up and hit your ball and move on. How hard is it?
There are guys you're golfing and they're like on the tee, like, yeah, you got to go to Minnesota next week. We got a couple of meetings. Like, I don't care. Don't care.
I don't want to hear your stories. I just want you to play. Just play. That's the one thing I hate. Slow golfers.
I'm just taking shrapnel here, and I feel like I got a nice pace of play.
You don't.
Walter, always wonderful to talk it over with you. Look forward to joining you for a member guest at Whisper Rock and at Old Warson.
No, you're not invited. Well, you kind of are.
It'll be fun to spend some time.
That was just like a throw-out invitation, but don't reach out to me.
There he is, surprise guest, friend of the program, Keith Tkachuk. A lot of errands Chantal has him running today.
That's why he's so pissed off.
That's the whole thing. Thank you, Walter.
Hey, thanks 2020, Dougie, Dirtbag, and Action Jackson. Easy up with the nicknames there, brother.
You and Robert Thomas both taking it.
Hey, you could call back tomorrow when Robert's on.
Yeah, no thanks. I'll be good. See you guys.
No, he's going.
Sounds like I'll wrap it up for a few months till I'm out there at Whisper Rock with him.
He was fired up. He was fired up. So the twist there, and Jackson and I talked. I said, would it be kind of fun? Because I did think the topics were all relevant. I said, but he's already been on. But maybe the twist is that he's a guest, but he's already been a surprise. And Jackson said earlier, somebody who is, you said, like already has called in or
Mount Rushmore of former St. Louis athlete who's been on the program.
Yeah, I thought there was something more about Ben with us. Anyway, he was fun. He was
said
great.
who's been on the program?
Either been on the program.
He did say that?
Yeah.
Oh, then what the hell was I doing?
Yeah, well, that's what I was saying in the hallway to you. There was a tell early that kind of got missed that he had been on already with us. So it could have been Butch Patrick.
Could
have been Calvin. But he was fired up, man.
I feel vindicated on that. Both the Mount Rushmore of athlete and then call a guest, because he plays so much ball.
Yeah,
he's
outstanding. He was really edgy.
As I think about it, you could answer almost every question with, it's none of your business.
That's correct. That's correct. Hey, Ollie, in the first inning there, you pinch it, that's none of your business. Hey, you decided to leave Sonny Grant, that's none of your business.
I also really like with Walter, anytime he gets a little ornery, the Boston accent comes out more and more. And anytime he says Martin, it really comes out. And I really like that.
Walt just wants to see all the work Timmy has put into his perfect golf swing. That's from the TMA remote lamp in the in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Jackson, the TMA remote lamp is a 1 week old from our remote at Ballpark Village last week.
That might be the best YouTube name, like quick make a YouTube name I've ever heard, the remote lamp. Because it did for a second. Martin said correct that we were at a seance.
They were too low on the light stands. They were too low. The lighting has to go from
moved
the
up
pie.
as the program progressed throughout the course of the broadcast that day. Also, Walter Tkachuk has absolved me should the Blues lose tonight. And I know everybody in the audience will do the same now.
Right, of course.
That Keith Tkachuk has said that should the Blues lose and my presence is in the building, Chairman Stephen Wildwood was going to take my son instead, and he said I could hang out with his wife and watch White Lotus and just pretend that I'm listening to her while he takes my son to the game to keep the winning streak alive because I am, I think, either 0-3 or 0-4 on the year.
And no one would be the wiser on that situation.
That's correct. That's correct.
So if they lose tonight, then Jobu kicks Tim's ass. I think that's how this goes down. And it's probably a height disadvantage for you. But
yeah, Joe was a little taller. Joe was a little taller. Guys, I still wear number 7 jerseys to all Blues games. That's from the 5-7-3. A lot of great number 7s in the history of their organization.
Pat Maroon,
Joey Mullen,
Gary Younger.
Yep.
They have a little. Did they still have a little area of 7s? In the corner of the building.
Scored on May 7th.
They had a little area because it was Gary Younger, Joey Mullen, Big Walt. They didn't retire him, right? But they just kind of celebrated.
They had a ceremony for number 7. That was, I believe, put together by Mike Caruso, who's doing the video for me tonight. I think that's in the second period, and I'll be out there on the little shovel waving. But my right shoulder's hurting, so I'm going to have to wave with my left. And look at this. If you're on the YouTube chat, and 318 of you are, look at this little princess wave with my pincers.
I see that. Is it possible they could get 2 of the girls with shovels and you could have a foot on each shovel? So you're like skiing.
I'm worried
like a marionette.
Because I'm not going to be on skates, but I do have my lifts in.
Oh, so you look a little
like
taller.
Elton John.
Yeah.
Elton John wears lifts?
Well, like those boots he would wear when he would do a little Benny and the Jets, like 1972.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, there's a lot going on.
Like I said, I admire Tim.
Local broadcast hero, Tim McKernan.
That's enough.
If you wear a jersey to games and you're over the age of 12, you're a toad. Doug, that's from Tervis
Bad
Parish.
take.
That's half the crowd.
Bad take.
I think if you go to a hockey game and you don't have a jersey and you kind of feel like you're missing out, like everybody's looking at you, like, where's your jersey?
We've been lucky enough to go to a bunch of different buildings in the NHL. I feel like Enterprise Center / Scott Trade Center / Kiel Center, I feel like it's been, and even going back to the Barnyard, I feel like it's kind of more of a tradition. I don't know if it's an inside joke thing in St. Louis to have like the old, somewhat obscure Blues sweater name on the back. I don't recall seeing that in all the other places I've traveled in.
Sometimes you get a jersey for a birthday or a Christmas present, and then the guy gets traded a month later, and you still got this $150 jersey, so you're going to wear it.
I think Kerber used to call out, like, he would look down and try and find the most random. Hey, we've got a Bobby Basson tonight down there in section 119.
Yeah. You reach a certain age where it feels better to wear a jersey of someone maybe older than you or played a long time ago.
So you wouldn't want to be wearing a Snipes jersey tonight?
Not really, no. But, Federko or Al Arbor, sure.
I'm getting a jersey with McKernan on the back of it, of course, and the number is 1. That's from MB 2020. Doug, Roman Turek wore number 1, but he had an issue with paying attention.
Yeah.
Only at the biggest moments.
Wasn't Brian Elliott also number 1?
Kiddell's.
Yeah, Kiddell's number 1.
Blues jerseys are an Oakville tuxedo. Real status symbol in the cul-de-sacs off I-255. Doug, that's from Arbor Day, and he's won Texture of the Year the last 2 years.
Okay.
Wow.
They love
Oakville tuxedo?
They love Blues jerseys in Oakville. I'm sure they do. But it's okay. I don't know that they treat it as a tuxedo. You don't see a lot of them at weddings. Although I don't think I've ever been to an Oakville wedding now that I think about it.
Oakville wedding. Text in. Doug's ready to go. You could even officiate. Oh, Red Berenson, number 7.
I was thinking that.
A lot of people texted that were
I was like, since we haven't said it, then I might be mistaken. But I was thinking Red Berenson, yeah.
Kind of a big one.
Yeah, I was thinking, was he 7 or 9? If he's 7.
Guys, my Gooseroff jersey smells like nicotine. That's from Minute Bowl eligible Martin. I saw him under the bleachers right before Game 5 of the Western Conference Finals in 2001 against the eventual Cup champion Colorado Avalanche, smoking darts. Smoking darts.
He was kind of the Esteban Yan, Pedro Borbon, like late pickup because you got to make a move.
Yep, that's exactly.
Like, what do you got? We'll make a move. What do you got? Gooseroff. Okay, got him.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Bernie Federko and Keith Tkachuk with us on the program so far. I have deep tease some Mike Francesa audio. Doug, unfortunately, he was attacked by a dog.
Oh, no.
And he details the situation. We have that for you. And a developing secret weapon, not the secret weapon, for the Cardinals' quick start, and some statistics and some interview on this coming up on the other side of the break as well. The program is called The Morning After. It's presented by Brown & Crouppen. We're in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
If you're grabbing groceries and trying to save some money, the best thing to do is go to Schnucks and download the app, the rewards app that will let you know when you have double points days coming your way. Every time you check out, you accumulate points. You've got money coming back to you. You can pile up for as long as you want. Every time you check out, they'll let you know what your rewards balance is and whether you want to apply that to the purchase that day. In addition to those savings, you're also going to use the app to find things in the store for delivery, for curbside, all of it available one place on the Schnucks app. So make sure you download that app. You're stopping by and doing grocery shopping any day. You know they're doing their best to save you money, and you can do it with the rewards app. Download it today. Stop by. I guarantee there's a Schnucks in your neighborhood, neighborhood-friendly store, saving you money by simply downloading the app.
to think what this is about. Jackson doesn't play music for the fun of it. There's always a theme, Doug. It's like a Scorsese picture. The music has meaning.
You think?
Yeah. Why are we getting, is it 1995's Kiss from a Rose?
Gosh, I don't know the years, Tim.
I wish I did have a theme. Sometimes I play a song and then establish a theme after that.
Oh, really?
So maybe
I'll just make it up, in other words.
Yeah, I just really like this song. I think most people out there do.
Doug, you might remember I was delivering pizzas for Pizza Hut right here on the Creve Coeur Pizza Hut at Olive and Craig.
Oh, you were?
In 95. And this song was on ad nauseum that
Really?
summer. Yeah.
Is that Seal?
Seal. Married to Heidi Klum. She's moved on. So has Seal. And we expect Heidi Klum to join us sometime next week.
Really? What was pizza delivery man job like? Was that fun?
I kind of enjoyed it.
I didn't.
At least you're out and about and doing things.
You're driving around, listening to music.
I kind of enjoyed. I did it during the day.
Yeah, your car ends up smelling like you can't remove the pizza
you mean
smell.
my 85 Grand Am with a spoiler? Ladies from Villa, yes, a spoiler.
You needed it as fast as you were going. That spoiler had to keep you on the ground.
Well, what it does is it conveys new money.
Was that the one with white walls?
No, that was the 87 Oldsmobile.
Did you have dice hanging?
Couldn't afford them.
That's why you're working at the Pizza Hut.
Exactly, Martin.
People ever upset with you because you got there too late or the pizza's not hot enough or they complain a lot?
I didn't have that experience.
All right.
I enjoyed the gig.
People are just so
Pizza, which is still there, by the way, 30 years
100%.
later.
I'm also kind of backdooring a theme here. That was obviously in Batman Forever, starring the late, great Val Kilmer.
But you didn't know that when you chose that music.
I know that song is from Batman Forever, but I didn't put two and two together. But it probably subconsciously I did. And
so you're giving yourself credit, even though
Sure
you
is.
No,
Sure is.
no. But rest in
break
peace,
your
Val
arm,
Kilmer.
pat
That's
yourself.
the theme here. But yes, that
So
song.
now you'll play something from Top Gun, maybe something
did
from the
yesterday.
Heat soundtrack.
He did go Danger Zone yesterday.
What about Doors? Even though you established you didn't like the movie, a lot of my friends
Riders
texted me
on
they
the
were
Storm.
upset with you
Really?
for not
People
liking
like that
that
Doors movie?
Yeah.
No, not for me.
Play a little Peace Frog when we come back.
I like Peace Frog, though.
All right, Jackson's on board with a Peace Frog. Doug, you can email in what you're on board with. The Morning After at InsideSTL.com for our Design Air Heating and Cooling. Email today. So far on today's program, Bernie Federko with us in the 8 o'clock hour. Surprise guest, friend of the show, and now my partner for both the Whisper Rock member guest and the Old Warson member guest this year, Keith Tkachuk. I hope we can live up to the expectations of the galleries that'll be following us.
Yeah, well, won't be easy. People are just happy to see you, Tim. Whether you play well or not, it won't matter. I'm doing it myself.
Gong himself.
It's happening to you.
I've lost hearing in my left ear.
Because of the gong strikes, Martin. Mike Francesa nearly lost flesh, and it's because of a dog, and he told the story on his podcast, Doug, brought to you by Bet Rivets. And the problem is, during the video of the telling of the story, he's pointing to where he was scratched, except the entire time he's pointing to the wrong side of his face, calling into question the legitimacy of the wound. Here is friend of the program, Mike Francesa.
All right.
For those of you watching on YouTube right now, or if you're listening somewhere, if you're watching, which most of you are, you can see I didn't bother putting anything on it. Like, I don't put makeup on my face, so I don't do that. But Taylor got me. I was on the couch last night, lying down on the couch, and she jumped on the couch from the other side and landed, and her nails on her paw got my face, as you see, and left me with two wicked scratches on my face. So my beloved Taylor got me last night. She got me pretty good. So that's what that is. I don't know how long it'll take to heal. That's the first time that's ever happened, but hey, what can you do? So that's where those two scratches came from. Sorry, that is not a more interesting story involved.
The entire time he's pointing to the scratches, which are visible. He's pointing to the wrong side of his face. Yeah. Taylor with the paw. I can't say paw that way without really having to force it. Paw. Yeah. Paw. It's kind of like when Walter in the first segment, Martin was saying, Martin. I can't make it sound. I'm missing a tinge of that Boston dialect.
It seems like a harder way to talk. Like you got to concentrate more to say things like poor.
Water.
New York.
Dog.
St. Louis has a, Doug, I hope you'll approve this. I don't know if you will, a dialect that travels well. And I never was really aware of it. Of course, nobody's really aware of their quote-unquote accent. British folk, number one, get out of our country. And number two, they make fun of the American accent. Mm-hmm. But we, of course, talk naturally. But the one thing, when I was almost graduating from the University of Missouri Journalism School, that those who did not come from the state of Missouri would observe regarding the St. Louis/Missouri accent was a nasally pronunciation of certain words, such as Chicago. Yeah, that's a St. Louis thing, and it's so subtle. Huh. And I recall, I think the lass was from Dallas, and she goes, "Oh, you guys have an accent?" I go, "I don't think so, sister." And she goes, "Say Chicago." And I said, "Chicago." She goes, "See, Chicago. It's Chicago." And I'm like, all right.
But like
you're probably right.
Like the 80s, like the SNL skits where they were like the Bears fans, the Ditka stuff. Weren't they saying like Chicago? Like they were really leaning into like the weird accent.
Were.
Yeah, but that's
But I think most St. Louisans say Chicago.
Right.
More than Chicago.
Right.
But other than that, I don't really know what the tell would be. Point being, if you're watching like a national news anchor, they're going to sound similar to what somebody from this area sounds like. Point being, the dialect travels well.
Right. I always find it fascinating that like British people, like British actors, can do the American accent seamlessly.
Yeah, that's weird.
Americans never do British, like do like a
Damian Lewis.
British guy doing
Band of Brothers.
American.
You would have never known he was from England.
They got the doctor from House.
Billions.
Yeah. It happens all the time, literally all the time. But I always find that interesting.
The guy in House had a cane and he was really mean.
Yeah,
right?
but British guy and had a great Tom Wamsgans, if you like Succession.
Nice, yeah, a lot of Succession.
Yeah,
all
Sarah
Americans.
Snook.
There's an Australian. It was
Sarah Snook is Australian, and those are the only two.
Snook?
Sarah Snook, yeah.
Grocery store owner.
Yeah, the only two non-American. Well, I guess Brian Cox is from Scotland.
I've been told many times when I meet people not from St. Louis that I have an accent. Has no idea. That's Sharon in Sanibel, Clayton, Maui, and Michigan. Obviously, she's well-traveled, so she would be able to speak to it.
I never had anybody say that I had an accent when I lived in other places.
What about Miami?
No.
What about
I was
Rochester?
speaking English, which made me a little unusual.
What about Rochester? Did you hear the Minnesota accent when you were in there?
Yeah, I heard a little bit of that. But nobody ever said to me, geez, you must be from Missouri or the St. Louis area.
Right.
I never heard that.
They knew you weren't from there, but they didn't know. They couldn't place
I thought
you.
I was a Southerner. They said, you live down south. I said, no, you live way up. You're the exception here. You're way up at the top, right in the middle.
When I worked in Flagstaff, Arizona, everybody was from California or Arizona. And they said, oh, St. Louis. Now, where is that? I said, well, it's like in the middle of the country. And they said, is it near Chicago? And I said, sure. Close enough.
Relatively.
John Rooney says, Chicago.
Yeah, he gets
Chicago.
a lot out of it. Mm-hmm.
Oh, I like that.
That's a different one.
Chicago, yeah.
And he was on the Sox,
He
the white
worked
version.
in Chicago for a number of
World
years.
Series. Guys, go ahead.
You mean to tell me that Tyler McGill can't come on for he might be in Syracuse to start the year.
Good New York accent right there.
Like he was running out of air.
He was, but he still got the takeout.
I Googled Mike Francesa. Some of the pictures that come up, he almost looks like Rosie O'Donnell. They're just some.
He used to be a lot heavier.
Well, one of the issues was he would fall asleep during the program on the air, and the microphone fuzz would wake him up.
Oh, if you're watching on YouTube, there's some.
While he was spitting hot takes?
Caller would usually be on.
Oh,
Pete from Staten Island usually.
Yeah.
And he would take a nap during Pete's takes.
maybe he needs a co-host at this point if he's falling asleep.
He was hopping mad on Twitter last week that you can't watch any of the hearings. The Senate is a complete joke.
That's what his take was. The Senate is a complete joke, Francesa.
He said has absolutely no interest from either side in delivering us the truth.
Look at that. Maybe he should run for office. The Cardinals are off to a start that offensively is catching attention around baseball now that we are a week into the season. The record is 4-2. The two losses coming in extra innings. They were favorites going into both 10th innings, by the way. Not that that really matters, but point being, they were that close to being 6-0. 42 runs, 11 home runs. They're top 5 in hits, runs, RBIs, home runs, and OPS. And Brant Brown talked it over with Cam OV. Is this correct, Jackson?
Oh, Doug probably did this.
This is your interview?
I'm not there anymore, no.
With Cam OV regarding the Cardinal hitting philosophy that he is trying to implement and they're trying to utilize early in the season.
We know all of our hitters' strengths. We know how they tunnel or how they look for pitches. So then when someone comes in, we'll discuss what the pitch mix is and the velos and the characteristics. And then basically we're trying to hit to their strengths or how they look at it. And it's pretty simple. It's like, hey, he does this, this, and this, but what do you want to do? And they're convicted, they state it, and we go out and execute it. Being a hitting coach can be complicated. Is like we try to condense everything into a simple aspect of it's not what he's trying to do to us, it's what we're going to do to them. And stick to that, and they all know what their strengths are. So at the end of the day, we're going to play to our strengths. And like, you can't cover the whole plate. You can't cover everything. So if he aces a pitch and you're trusting your eyes and it's not where you want it, sometimes you got to tip your cap. And we're basically playing like, okay, we may lose a couple battles, but we're going to win the war.
Brant Brown getting credit in the early going on what's going on.
And apparently Albert Pujols recommended him because he'd been with him in L.A. in a brief period there. It's crazy how these guys will bounce around. He had a pretty good run with the Dodgers, but only had 1 year, I think, in Seattle. And for some reason, the Mariners ready for him to move on, and yet he comes to St. Louis, and it seems to be working.
What works for one group of players apparently doesn't work so well for the other. Probably has to do with buy-in. If the team leaders say, yeah, this guy knows what he's talking about, listen to him. It probably works, and if those same leaders say, he doesn't know anything, then maybe it doesn't.
I think there's probably something to that, actually.
Yeah.
Credibility, if like the top guys buy in.
Yeah, they're almost always the opinion leaders on any team, the best players. And what they have to say, usually the other guys follow along.
You know, you can be a manager and have, didn't play in the game. Schilt, LaRussa played at the big league level, but wasn't great. But Schilt, Ollie, these guys, you can be a manager. The hitting coach is almost always a former player that you sort of remember. I mean, the Cardinals have had Dave Parker, George Hendrick, Mike Easler, Hal McRae, Mark McGuire, Mitchell Page. It's unbelievable the names that have been in that position. I think that's pretty true. Although Charlie Lau was the White Sox guy.
Right.
He wrote a book about it. He was like the hitting guru, the bat whisperer. And I don't know his baseball background, but he wasn't a huge former player, where the Cardinals have always had. LaRussa went through a lot of them. And maybe it's a job where the message just wears out quickly because they tend to rifle through those guys.
Yeah, I don't know why that wouldn't be a job that people would hold for a lot of years. It's probably pretty tough. You probably spend a lot of time looking at video of other pitchers and then a lot of hours working with every hitter on the team. It's probably a grind.
Talking dialects in the YouTube chat, that's brought to you by Michelob Ultra. And Longshanks, who was the king in England in the, what year was that, 1475?
Jeez, I just don't know.
Take 1474 just to give yourself a little bit.
Before I'm going to go 1474. Longshanks still with us and says, South City, not so much of an accent, but the dangling cigarette while talking has a uniqueness to it. So everyone from South City, Doug, we don't necessarily have an accent, but the words might sound different because there's a cigarette dangling.
Yeah, I can see that.
1280.
Is that right?
1280, yep. Edward the First of England, known as Longshanks.
So he really did exist.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And William Wallace really did exist.
Bill Wallace also.
He went by Bill?
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing right here on Wikipedia.
And they removed his intestines?
Oh, yeah, that's a cruel
medical
trick.
procedure?
Just a light disembowelment.
A light disembowelment.
Did he survive that?
Jackson?
You couldn't survive without your intestines,
Doug? No, he died. I mean, spoiler, he died.
I would think.
You kind of need your guts.
Mm-hmm.
It takes guts to need guts.
But before he passed, he yelled freedom, spoiler alert.
Yes. Yep, he sure did. But then beheaded, sorry.
Well, that'll kill you, too.
Yeah.
If the intestines don't,
it's kind of
the beheading will.
Putting a hat on a hat in a way.
Yeah.
I guarantee you the girl he went to war over wasn't nearly as hot as the one in the movie. That's from Brandon Baker in the Michelob Ultra.
Sure.
That's how it often goes.
That's not that hot a take. I think that's probably pretty obvious.
You can keep the mittens to the side on that one.
Iggy is still in the YouTube chat, Martin, and he's texting you with Leonard Nimoy's number, and he says he was hung and quartered.
Yeah. But he was in the movie, he was disemboweled, William Wallace.
Well, drawn and quartered is the procedure, but I think Iggy's making reference to something else.
When you're drawn and quartered, what is that? Is that drug behind a horse? Is that what that is?
I think they put you up on 4 different angles, and then the horses with 4 different horses just run.
Yeah. And then you get...
and they pull you apart?
Yeah, I believe.
Oh.
Yeah.
So which one was it? Disemboweled, beheaded, or hung and quartered? Or drawn and
I would think being drawn and quartered could do all those things to you.
Yeah, I mean, you'd certainly be without limbs. Your extremities would be gone.
When you Google it, the Wikipedia page is for hanged, drawn, and quartered.
How about that?
To be hanged, drawn, and quartered was a method of torturous capital punishment used principally to execute men convicted of high treason in medieval and early modern Britain and Ireland. The convicted traitor was fastened by the feet to a hurdle or wooden panel, drawn behind a horse to the place of execution. I guess if that didn't kill you, where he was then hanged almost to the point of death, emasculated, disemboweled, beheaded, and quartered. His remains would then often be displayed in prominent places across the country.
Yes, William Wallace's head was displayed on London Bridge. And that was a Fergie song? Am I right? Was that 2000?
I just don't know that.
Ooh, 03 maybe?
I'm going over on that. And I feel great about it. Bankrolls in the middle if you want it. 3-1 odds over 2003. You want the bankroll?
Yeah, way over. 06.
Damn it.
In celebration of the Cardinals World Series, probably.
I think that's why she wrote it. We'll talk more about Braveheart and being hung and quartered and drawn and quartered, disemboweled, and beheaded. That is all coming up in the 10 o'clock hour. Then we'll also do the Design Air Heating and Cooling.
Yeah, we should get
email of the day. This is, I don't know if you know this guy. This guy says he lost his pinky ring in your intestines, Doug. I don't even know what that means.
No, I would have known that.
It's Mudjack Mike.
I'm sure I would have remembered something like that.
So...
You felt a little heavier recently?
It's Mr. Mudjack, Mike.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. The program is called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stifel, a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stifel is the firm where success meets success and has been since 1890. They were founded in St. Louis in 1890, still headquartered there today. Stifel is proud to have called St. Louis home for 135 years now. With financial advisors in 12 offices across the region, Stifel helps clients right here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. Stifel also provides banking, lending, and trust services and has a full-service investment bank. Basically, when it comes to finance, Stifel has you covered. It's one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the entire world. Their tagline is, where success meets success, so it's no wonder why they've decided to partner with a winning program like this one, Stifel and TMA. That's where success meets success. They also are proud to sponsor the St. Louis Cardinals and the Blues and now the Stifel Charity Classic. They also sponsor Stifel Theater. That's Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
Like this one?
I'm not really a fan of this tune. Who is this?
Fergie.
Fergalicious.
Oh.
We were just talking about.
Was she in Kids Incorporated?
I just don't know.
Certainly in Black Eyed Peas.
Yeah, but Kids Incorporated.
Kids Incorporated. Would that have been pre-Black Eyed Peas?
Aye.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's TMA. Mark Hanna's a sponsor of this 9 o'clock hour. He's online at evergreenstl.com, 314-889-0503. Mark Hanna with Evergreen Wealth Strategies. 9 o'clock hour sponsor, somebody I've gotten to know over the last 8 years, think the world of as an individual. And if you are looking for a financial advisor, I would say giving a call to Mark Hanna will not only make you feel better about your financial situation, but about life in general. Doug has called him the great communicator.
Well, that was Reagan. I don't know that he is.
Well, who had it first?
A life Sherpa.
Exactly. Thank you, Martin.
I don't think Hanna was even alive when Ronald Reagan was president.
None of your business, Doug.
No, that's true. That's true.
314-889-0503 or go online at evergreenstl.com. You call that phone number, you're going to put down the phone, you go, oh my goodness, I feel better about the world. I feel better about my financial situation. I feel better about life.
Do you? Okay.
Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, 9 o'clock hour sponsor here on TMA. And the 10 o'clock hour, we'll have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Great column this morning, Blues fans, from Jeremy Rutherford. Jeremy Rutherford tweeted it, but it was written by Michael Russo, who I know is the Wild reporter. Chris Johnson, who does he cover? He ran the football for the Titans.
CJ2K.
And the Cardinals, and now he covers the NHL for what team? Maybe the Oil?
Can I have initials?
The Nordiques.
Ooh, I wouldn't mind
Those
going
are the
to
initials.
Quebec.
Okay.
Hartford Whalers. California Golden Seals.
Oh, yeah.
You're going through all the
Kansas City
former
Scouts.
teams.
Atlanta Thrashers.
Nice, real nice.
So you have great knowledge of former NHL teams.
Halifax.
If they fold, Jackson's on board.
It's like
with
you were
that.
happy about it.
Halifax Highlanders.
Okay, stop
Are you gloating a bit that those teams are no longer Colorado Rockies, which Bernie mentioned?
That's right. And you know who they became, Martin?
Did they become the Nordiques? No, I know.
That's right.
No.
But who were the Colorado Rockies before they were the Colorado Rockies?
Kansas City.
That's right. What's their name?
The Scouts.
That's right. And
How
I
do
knew
you
nothing
know that?
because my son
Not
is
you,
mini
him.
mites. No, well, that's why I talked about it. I knew I was essentially talking to a wall when I brought it up, but I said, "Do you ever know about the Kansas City Scouts?" So that's the team my son's playing for in mini mite hockey, and I kind of like the sweater. I think they only had like a year or two over at the Kemper Arena. And then they became the Colorado Rockies, and now they are the New Jersey Devils. Fun facts, no one tells.
Doug, is the Kemper Arena still there? I think it's...
Didn't they have trouble with the roof? Didn't the roof cave in at one point?
Because you got that T-Mobile, which was the Sprint.
Yep.
But I think Kemper lived on, just kind of sitting there.
I'm really kind of surprised that the Kansas City area doesn't like their football and baseball stadiums anymore, because I think they're both great.
I agree with you on that take.
Well, I think the fans are okay with it. I think the teams are the ones saying... We need
I agree
bigger,
with that
better.
take as well. I'm in take agreement mode.
Are you?
The title of the column recommended reading: "The Summer of Offer Sheets. NHL execs and agents on why a boom could be coming this offseason." And it says the circumstances were perfect in August for the Blues to shock the hockey world and the Oilers. The Blues identified two young restricted free agents, Dylan Holloway and Philip Broberg, whom the Oilers were struggling to re-sign, and ones they felt would fit into their core. They called their agents, convinced them to sign offer sheets, and structure the contracts in a way that would make it difficult for the cap-strapped Oilers to match them, and they ensured to the penny that the offers would minimize the mandatory draft compensation they would have to pay. I don't recall this. Martin, I feel like you might be aware of this. I feel like nobody else in the studio would be. That's not a shot. I just feel like it's your television stuff that might make you aware of this. Broberg received a 2-year deal worth $4,580,917, meaning the Blues would need to give the Oilers a 2026 second-round pick if they didn't match. $1 more, so if it would have been $4,580,918,000, one more dollar, and it would have been a 2026 first-round pick and third-round pick. How about that?
Wow.
Were you aware of that little fun fact?
I was not aware of that.
Okay, all right. That's why this article is good.
I thought the dollars that they signed him for weren't that significant. Like
but yet it was. And then Holloway, too. Holloway got a 2-year deal worth $2,290,457. $1 more, and the compensation would have increased from a third-round pick to a second-round pick. They go on to write, in a league with a fraternity of GMs that has not historically considered offer sheets socially acceptable, the moves were bold, precise, and creative, as well as labor-intensive, considering that to make them work, Doug Armstrong had to reacquire the Blues' 2026 second-round pick, which he had previously traded away. The Oilers were in a no-win position, as GM Stan Bowman, who had been on the job for less than a month when this went down, said on Hockey Night in Canada's After Hours 2 Saturdays ago, explaining his decision not to match, quote, "We wouldn't have been able to field a team if we matched either one of those offer sheets." How about that? Especially as we sit here on April 3rd and Holloway and Broberg are playing a key role in the Blues going from a team that Doug Armstrong hoped would be in the mix for a playoff spot to a team that now, per what some call puck monkey, others call money puck, give the Blues a 94% chance of making the playoffs. Some around the NHL are predicting that more teams will now attempt the same maneuver this summer and beyond. Quote, Doug Armstrong comes in last year, does 2 on the same day, and says, F it, I'm trying to make my team better, and this is a tool available to me, agent Alan Walsh said. When he did it, if you're talking to GMs like I am, there's been a notable change in the way that offer sheets have been perceived. Fast forward to this offseason, this coming offseason will be known as the summer of offer sheets. It will be. So beware, the summer of offer sheets is approaching, Doug. The summer of offer sheets.
And could the Blues lose some players that way?
I think Hofer might be a restricted, but it does seem to be the Blues would be targeted. Like if anybody really wanted to do it, hey, go get one of their guys.
But if Edmonton couldn't afford these guys anyway, what are they complaining about? If they didn't have room under their cap for these two, they were going to lose them.
According to Puckpedia, 88 to 95 potential restricted free agents this season, off-season, are offer sheet eligible. And Alan Walsh, who was quoted on Armstrong and making that move, says the UFA market isn't that hot, but the restricted market is attractive. And again, 88 of 95 potential restricted free agents this offseason are offer sheet eligible, hence the reason for this being the summer of offer sheets.
Okay.
But that's what you want in an executive, thinking outside the box. How do we do this? Hey, somebody go get me a second-round pick, which at the time, I mean, you guys probably did an hour on that second-round pick.
Balloon party was breaking news. Yeah.
Getting acquired, but clearly all part of the maneuvering behind the scenes. Okay, what's the dollar amount? Okay, we have to come in at this number. What's their situation? And it's 100% legal. I love it. I mean, it's...
And look what it's done for the team.
As he said when he was asked about it, he goes, if my mom would have been the GM in Edmonton, I would have done it.
Yeah, you take players from your mother, too.
Put that on the Mount Rushmore of Army quotes.
Absolutely.
I think still number one is when they kept getting knocked out in the first round. Was it 12, 13, 14? They would always get knocked out. A lot of times they would lead 2-0 and they'd still lose. I think that happened 3 years in a row. And Army was asked about what was missing, and he said, I think that, that killer instinct where you take the knife and you shove it in their skull. And everybody was like, oh, my goodness. It was like describing a horror movie.
You would think the teams that might be susceptible to losing players are teams that are very good, make a long run, maybe even win the cup, and now everybody's going to want to raise. Everyone's going to want to get paid more, at least the guys that are coming up. And so then they can't afford some of their younger guys.
As for whether Armstrong's moves lifted any remaining taboo over offer sheets, GMs continue to debate whether one ever existed. Unquestionably, though, offer sheets were frowned upon for decades. For example, in response to seeing Dustin Penner sign a 5-year, $21.5 million offer sheet with Edmonton in July of 2007, then Anaheim Ducks GM Brian Burke famously challenged Oilers counterpart Kevin Lowe to a fight.
Oh, fist fight.
I think it was going to be at Rams Park.
Burke then went on to call a mutual friend to inform him that he would be renting a barn in Lake Placid during that summer's U.S. Junior Development Camp and giving Lowe the choice of 3 dates and times that they could throw down.
Oh, gosh.
Can we have this guy on the show? That's the greatest thing I've ever heard.
And these guys are, what, 50 or 60 something? And they're being offered just enough money so that they won't fit under the other team's salary cap. Is that that's the philosophy there?
Yes. Now the cap has been increased.
Right.
Well, the cap, but then the actual number had to do with what pick they would owe them.
Right.
And when I said not significant, the money, I mean the actual dollars involved to get those players, if you thought they had some upside, pretty low salaries.
Yeah, relative to what you're getting ridiculous value. Doug, it's like my pick of Chan Kim this week in the Valero Texas Open. He's 6,600 on DraftKings, but he's leading the tournament. Chan Kim is Dylan Holloway. Chan Kim is Philip Broberg.
I don't know.
Chan Kim will win a championship just like Philip Broberg and Dylan Holloway and have a parade down market on June 14th.
Take your shirt off.
Right, there he is.
Could be.
A fly on the wall of the secretary of this person who says, I'm going to need you to rent out a barn, give it about a week's rental. I'm going to fight this other GM. That's the greatest thing
It's
I've ever
one thing
heard.
to throw it out there like, I'll kick your ass. It's another thing to say, I've got a venue. I've got some open
3
dates. If we can,
Renting a barn.
we're going to set this up. It's not just, we ought to duke it out.
Do you think Mazzelak can win fans in St. Louis over if he challenges a GM to a brawl?
Yes.
I think so.
Mm-hmm. That'd be
If they speak
Or would he send Gersh out for a special project?
I think it'd be a game changer if the president of baseball operations were to start beating up other presidents of baseball operations.
Well, it feels like a twist on the Release the Hoosier.
Get involved on the program, 314-399-9646. That's how you can text in. You got the YouTube chat, which is brought to you by Michelob Ultra. 278 friends still gathered. Jake Reynolds, who I believe is TMA Walrus #1 and called in this week or last week, Nurse, says Kemper is still there. Another name now named after Ellie Kemper's family. Doug, you know her from The Office.
Sure.
I never put those two together. I didn't know that.
It was interesting. I saw
Commerce Bank family.
Yeah.
She was the Veiled Prophet, an active texter here on the show. She won the Veiled Prophet. What is the title, Doug? 'Cause I know you go to those. You wear the tails.
I've never been there. Even if I win, it's secretive.
And then you distance yourself years later from having won.
And she had to issue an apology for winning. I think it's called the Princess of Sweetness and Light.
Well,
we do that at the St. Gabriel School picnic.
Nice
too.
title.
Jackson's nickname.
It's true.
Is that what you go by in Ladue?
Yeah, well, to those who know. I saw an article about her. She's like selling her place in New York or something. Looked gorgeous. Looked like a beautiful home.
Are you looking at real estate in Manhattan now?
No, it's just it came across my desk and
across my desk.
And I I love interior design, so I was looking and it looked like a gorgeous home, Art Deco, pretty modern.
Do you consider yourself an interior decorator?
No, real neophyte in that game, but I like it. I find it interesting.
Architectural Digest to flip through.
Sure.
Who doesn't? I like structures, buildings, layouts.
I find it interesting.
You called for me, Tim? Doug, that comes from the Veiled Prophet. He's always there.
Always here, is he?
Yeah, he used to be on that parade in downtown St. Louis. It was a big thing.
Mm-hmm. They don't do that anymore.
Yeah, I think that's frowned upon.
Yeah.
And I think there was a Veiled Prophet ball at the arena one year, off night for the Steamers and Blues, and somebody emerged like Tom Cruise in Mission Impossible from the rafters on a rope and pulled the veil off the Veiled Prophet.
Oh yeah, that's showy.
I thought Ted Nugent swung down from a rope at the top of the Checkerdome when he was doing his Wango Tango tour.
Is that right?
I think he may have dressed like Tarzan.
Janet, friend of the program, says it's the Queen of Love and Beauty, not the Princess.
Princess of Light and Glamour.
That's Mario in Chicago's nemesis. Call her Janet.
And mine, apparently.
And I guess, I know you're sideways with
me. I just accused her of lunacy, that's all.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design, air, heating, and cooling email today. Martin has onboarding to tend to, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
I do, but I want to let you know that Buzz has been texting in repeatedly that he keeps calling and no one's answering. Just so you guys are aware.
Chairman Kurt, your response to caller Buzz.
I love you, Buzz, but I got my eyes on this phone, and I'm staring at somebody that's been on hold for 47 minutes, and it ain't you.
Well, Buzz accused the phone lines of being clogged up with the festises of the world. That's what
festises of the world.
Something along those lines. But I'll tell you what, Design Air, there's going to be no waiting. You're not going to have to deal with it.
What's up?
Yeah. I mean, you just call, go online, get it set up if your furnace is not acting right. It's just too cold in your home. And right now, you might have the heat on. And next week, next month, going to have the air conditioning on. Get that tune-up now. Make sure the unit is ready for the summer. You know it'll be hot all summer long. Go to designairservice.com. That's where you can set up the appointment. They've been around since 1904, and they continue to be a family-owned business right here in St. Louis. They didn't sell to some out-of-town company who just retained the name. This is their business, their family business. Seth Goldcamp, now fourth generation, also longest-running sponsor on TMA. So for all your HVAC needs, we encourage you to support the sponsor, and that is Design Air, who brings you the email of the day. The stay-at-home Ledoux lady.
Yeah, self-made. She's self-made.
The self-made lady, whatever was saying earlier. Why do you keep calling it a Buck Swope vehicle? It should actually be the JV golf coach vehicle.
Wow.
So a lot of Design Air discussion, especially here in the 10 o'clock hour. DesignAirService.com to set up your appointment.
There it is. It's coming your way at about 10:45, 10:50. The program's called The Morning After. It is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update. It's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Anthony Davis Revenge Tour is underway. AD with 34 points, 15 rebounds, and 5 blocks last night as the Mavericks defeat the Hawks 120-118. That was our Sports Center update. Driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, you like this one?
Yeah, this is fine.
Goodfellas?
Very old school.
Copacabana shot.
Boom. CMA 101 ESPN. Welcome back to the program. Tim McKernan and Doug Vaughn. Chairman Kurt slides into the dais on the 10 o'clock hour. Jackson Burkett with you on the program. We'll have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day at about 10:45, at about 10:50. And that is when you can participate by emailing in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. James Carlton is a longtime sponsor, and he's been my insurance agent for a long time as well. 314-961-4800, or go online at carltoninsurance.net, or check him out on Google, and you will see 415 5-star reviews for James and his team for their customer service and their ability to save people money. That's what they do. That's why I am so happy about being a James Carlton client. 314-961-4800, or go online at carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton, State Farm, and they're not happy with the Goodfellas reference. Adventures in Babysitting, you asshat.
Oh, gosh.
618.
So they're saying that this song's also in that movie? Well, I'm talking about like the most famous shot in movie history versus Adventures in Babysitting.
Is it the most famous shot in
the
movie
Copacabana?
history?
Like, I think if people are like, what's a scene that you could just come up with at the top of your head? The Copacabana scene in Goodfellas is probably way up there. Long tracking shot like that.
Like a long
It's been
tracking
copied
shot.
like 100 times since.
You know.
Who else has copied it now, boy?
Paul Thomas Anderson, Boogie Nights, the pool scene where Spill the Wine plays. We've talked about that, I think, earlier this week. Yeah. The Colonel shows up a little later. Thank you, Eddie.
A long tracking shot. You mean without an edit?
So that, yeah, oneer. Yeah.
Oh, Doug, you just got told it was a oneer.
Well, I think that there's a new show on Apple called The Studio with Seth Rogen.
I watched episode 1. It reminds me a little bit of the Larry Sanders Show.
I really enjoy it. The second episode is about Seth Rogen, who plays the studio head, wanting to be on set for this movie's oneer, a one long continuous take, and they shoot it as one long continuous take. It's really good.
It's like the Netflix show that has, I think, been the #1 show. Has anybody seen it? Adolescence?
Yeah, me and my girlfriend are about to start watching that.
Pack a Lunch, although I would tell you this, I think it hits differently if you have a child. I think that would be...
That.
Is that right? People have said that?
I've heard that.
And what is amazing about this show is that they're hour-long episodes without edits. So it is literally one take for approximately 60 minutes.
Have they said that are they doing like fancy ways to cut around?
No.
Okay, so it is just
it's almost like a play.
Wow.
But then the camera is moving through. It's not in one set. It's moving through buildings.
Yeah, it's incredibly
outdoor
difficult to do
scenes
so.
as well.
Yeah.
It's incredible. Oh, but let me tell you something, and I want you to listen good, and Doug, I need you to listen good, and I already know Chairman is listening good, and that is the following: pack a lunch.
Yeah.
Pack a lunch.
A lunch.
I've heard
Pack a lunch, brother, for adolescents on Netflix. Pack.
Okay. I'll get some tuna fish and I'll pack a lunch.
Yeah. Lunch.
Well, there was that World War I movie. I think it was
1970.
called When They Were Young.
No, 1970. The one continuous shot.
Yeah,
that's 1917.
But you could see that they took some liberties with that. Like the guy would walk behind a big pillar and it'd go black for half a second.
Yeah,
and you knew that's where they would make their edit.
It's so difficult to do. I mean,
you couldn't possibly have done
it's
that.
crazy.
You know?
It's crazy.
But they wanted it to look like that
for sure.
And
it's
a
cool.
lot of it did.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool. And then the studio episode's like very meta because it's doing a oneer. It's doing one long continuous shot while talking about a movie doing one long continuous shot.
Adolescence is not clever editing. There is one scene in particular where they used a drone to continue the shot miles down the road. It's incredible stuff.
That's That's an achievement.
It's something
right
else.
there.
And then, in particular, the actor who is, I gather, I think would be fair to say, the star, or one of, is 13, and he had never acted before.
Jeez.
And you're having to shoot this, not slip up for approximately an hour. They're emotional scenes, and he had never done any acting.
Yeah, I can't wait to start this. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it.
Pack a lunch, I hear.
I don't know if I should give you this advice or not, but pack a lunch.
Yeah, no doubt.
Tuna fish sandwich, some Doritos, and maybe a few grapes.
Yeah, juice box.
Caller Buzz would like to issue an apology. Are you going Juju Smith?
Juicy Juice.
Juju Smith-Schuster?
Juju Watkins. Hope she recovers.
Buzz would like to issue an apology to Chairman Kurt. He says, I think I was calling the old station. My bad, KG.
That's what I thought. Phone in the TMA studio just buzzing like crazy.
Why are we talking about Goodfellas? It's a damn sports show. That's from Big Tuft.
Yeah. The first 3 hours of the program, I would say, were dedicated to almost...
We had Bernie Federko on the program. We had Keith Tkachuk on the program. We had wonderful audio of Brant Brown and Yvonne Herrera and Albert Pujols talking about his time with the Cardinals in 2022 and noticing Yvonne Herrera. And, Doug, we also broke down our fantasy draft thoroughly, I thought. We only got through 1 through 8 rounds, and we'll do 8 through 16 coming up in the back end of this 10 o'clock hour. Eric in the Central West End says, I heard adolescence is woke garbage.
Oh, is it really?
Play the hits.
Okay.
The guy who plays the dad in Adolescence is an incredible actor. He was in The Irishman, and I feel like he might have played Al Capone in Boardwalk Empire. Doug, you ever watch Boardwalk Empire?
Just a minute or two of it. It looked interesting, but for some reason I didn't get back to it.
Stephen Graham, who also co-wrote it, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, he's in The Irishman. He has a really cool scene with Al Pacino where he smacks the ice cream away from him. 5'5", Stephen Graham.
Well, that makes me feel good. I could do a scene with him then.
Yeah.
If I wear my lifts, I can be taller than him.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, you look like a big, powerful man.
Yeah, Tony Pro is who he played in The Irishman. God, I like that movie.
He won't be sliding around on no shovel down at the Enterprise Center tonight, though.
No.
That's where I will be
2
tonight.
shovels.
Blues and Penguins pregame show here on 101 ESPN coming your way at 6 p.m. And then here come the Blues and Penguins at 7 p.m. Puck drop on 101 ESPN.
I envision you on 2 shovels, a foot on each shovel, and just holding on, kind of like Annie Oakley would have to ride 2 horses at the same time, 1 foot on top of one horse and the other on the other. That's how you need to go around the Enterprise Center tonight.
Waving to the fans.
I still think him perched up on the Zamboni, waving to the fans.
I might do that
That's
just
between
because
second and third period.
I want to try to keep my legs for simulator golf this weekend. Does that sound a little dandy?
Yeah, it does. It does.
Adolescence is good, but nothing close to Severance. Enjoy, pal. That's from Big Tuft.
I love Severance, so there's that.
Doug, if you watch Severance with Adam Scott, not the guy with the perfect golf swing, a lot of ladies love Adam Scott.
I don't have time to watch everything that's on every network.
That's fair. It's very, pick and choose. Yeah, Severance is outstanding. Second season just ended.
No.
Very interesting. You think it's one thing, and it's a whole other thing. It's really good.
Wow, Doug. What does that
Ben
mean?
Stiller. It's a Ben Stiller vehicle.
I watched the tornado documentary.
I watched that as well on Joplin from 2011.
Yeah, I watched that for the second time. It's really very good.
That's
something
that's
that
also
happen.
recommended.
And that's really happened to you, too.
That was on Netflix, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah.
I watched that, I guess 2 weeks ago. We got back from Wichita, and the scene of a few of the shots of the size of that tornado. Holy crap. And people were actually up in the thing. And they lived to tell about it. You'll hear that in that show.
A lot of them they never found. If you get sucked up too high, you're just like in a blender. You're getting mixed up with houses and barns and cars. And they never find people at all.
Jackson, White Lotus sucks. That's from the 816.
The finale's going to have to do a lot of work to revive.
Oh, you're in agreement with the 816?
No, White Lotus is amazing.
So you're disagreeing with the 816?
Well, this season, the finale has to, but it's a 90-minute finale, so I think they'll land the plane on it, but I love White Lotus. They can make 100 seasons of it. I watch it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You watch that, Doug?
At the same hotel?
This time they're in Thailand?
Same, it's like 4 seasons would be like the So there's a bunch of different ones all across the world. Very nice.
Because when I was in Italy, I saw the hotel they made when they were there. They were in Italy.
That was the Sydney Sweeney show.
Yeah, and they wouldn't let you just in to walk around and take a little look-see.
Italy was Aubrey Plaza.
Yes.
Yeah, that was her season. And Theo James.
And the new one is just as good as the first couple episodes?
I've liked this season up until the last episode.
Oh, no.
Yep,
I really liked it.
Episode 7, Doug. It'll be talked about like the one in Breaking Bad, that the Fly
episode.
Yeah. Complete throwaway.
Bottle episode, yeah.
That was so bizarre.
Never seen an episode.
Of Breaking Bad?
Yeah.
It's pretty outstanding stuff.
You'll enjoy
And you
it.
guys always bring up The Sopranos. I've never seen a second of The
Chairman
Sopranos.
Kurt.
The
Wire?
Never saw it.
Wow.
Chairman Kurt.
I know.
This is must-see television.
You probably don't have time.
Oh, I'm just super
Being a
busy.
young swinging bachelor like yourself.
Yeah. Yep.
I'm in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and the last post I see is from Chairman Kurt, who's on the dais, and it says Samesies MD. Doug, what does that mean?
I don't know.
Samesies MD.
MD 2020 said he's ready for season 2 of Tires on Netflix with Shane Gillis. I was a fan of that first.
Tires.
Yeah.
Shane Gillis.
No, I
Familiar with
just
his
had to get-
work.
I
He
just
went
had to
after Nick Saban on the College Game Day set, hosted Saturday Night Live a few weeks ago.
Oh,
Called
okay.
Alabama Jones. Really funny.
Why does KG hate HBO? That's from The Hunchback of Vaughn Castle.
I can't afford it. I don't pirate it.
Fair enough.
Chairman, you got to watch The Sopranos. It's the best show ever. It's from the 816.
Probably so.
Could I? How many seasons? I'm crowdsourcing.
7 technically. 7.
But like 20 episodes apiece.
Would that be
something like
Could
that?
I knock that out in a weekend?
No.
God,
no.
What if I just
actually
went pure
don't think
sloth mode?
mathematically
No.
you could.
They're hour-long episodes,
Right.
and there's
I don't think you could. There's more than 48.
Yeah, there's like almost 100 episodes probably. Yeah, probably closer to 80. But yeah, I don't think you could do that. But you could in a month, yeah, if you got to work.
Got to work. You can knock it out.
Is this a TV review radio station now?
Pretty
From the
much.
636,
Yep.
and then 2 texts earlier, he said, don't let Chris Farley overshadow David Spade.
Okay. I'm not going to let that happen.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today about 15, 20 minutes away. The program is called TMA. It's presented by Brown & Crouppen. This is 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel, youtube.com/TMA STL. 269 friends gathered, including Andrew Cunningham, who's talking Duck Dynasty, Dr. Xander Malenthrop, wedding tackle, doggy season ticket holder, and Chairman Kurt, all in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. It's youtube.com/TMA STL. This is the morning after 101 ESPN. Doug, they're not happy with us.
No, never are.
In the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646 is where you can express your distaste. Do you tweakers still think the Cardinals are a 100-loss team?
Oh, gosh.
You got tweakers?
What does that mean, a tweaker?
Chairman?
I think it might be in reference to us being all over the place a little bit at times.
Is that it?
A little scattered.
Okay, well, then if that is the definition, then I accept that. That would actually be one of the best definitions. I revealed a over. It wasn't a 5-star play. 76.5 wins. So mathematically, therefore, I would not fall under the umbrella of tweaker for the purpose of this text. However, I am certainly, if that definition is accurate, a tweaker. But again, I need to do some due diligence on that. But I had the Cardinals over 76.5. The play that I gave, kind of like the Oakland A's over win total last year, Jackson, you may remember that one from the Balloon Party Magic was, you remember?
For this year?
Yes.
White Sox over.
The White Sox
54
over.
and a half?
And it's 53.5.
53.5, okay.
And they're right on track at 2-4. That's all you need.
Yeah, here they come.
Just keep that pace.
Yep.
And we'll get home. The Minnesota Twins have finally won some games, courtesy of the White Sox. So the Twins, the Royals, the Tigers, the Guardians, and the White Sox are all tied for first in the American League Central with records of 2-4.
I wonder if that's happened before, where every team in the division has the exact same record 6 games in.
What?
If any division can do it, it would be the American or National League Central.
Yeah.
It has to be due to the scheduling change from a few years ago where you play way more teams, every team at least once. Because it used to be you'd play so many division games where that couldn't even be possible, even this early in the season.
How about this fun fact for no one tell? Doug, this is going to blow your mind. There are 10 teams in the 2 Central divisions when you combine them. 7 of them have 2 wins. Might not like that John Mozeliak in the audience, but he makes the observation the current situation with Major League Baseball salaries are causing problems for teams in the Midwest.
Yeah. And if it came to the point where we would have to lose a season for a lockout to get things under control and a little more fair and even, would you be in favor of that? Could you go for that?
I understand because we're just sitting here tweaking. It's not specific with what the terms would be, but I am of the opinion that the current state of the off season and what we have is just not sustainable. I'm pulling for the Dodgers in part because I bet they're over. Well, on the air I talked about it. I wasn't able to bet it because they played 2 games before I could bet it of over 100.5. They're right now on pace for 162 wins as they've won 8 of 8, and the Padres are a half game back even though they're 7-0.
Can't get a break.
But it's the off season is now. You essentially have about 20 to 22 teams that groom players for their free agency to go to one of a handful of other teams. That is Major League Baseball. And I realize, especially in this particular market, but, oftentimes baseball fans can be older than other sports demographics, and therefore change is not necessarily met with great enthusiasm. But if you love the game, I can't imagine you love the state of the game's free agency. It is farcical.
I think it may come to that where the owners say, okay, we're going to have to do something drastic. We're just going to have to. And the players' union, of course, will fight it tooth and nail to have a salary cap and a floor. They won't want the cap for sure. And I think it could come to a shutdown at some point.
I agree with you. I do. The thing is, I don't think it's as simple as just a salary cap. Of course, it's a negotiation, so there's going to have to be give on both sides. And certainly sides will prioritize take. The question for me is, I feel like each Major League Baseball generation is charged with, from the players that came before them, to never, under any circumstances, agree to a salary cap. Never, ever, ever, ever give in and given to a salary cap. So that will be the dividing line, if that is something that the owners are insistent upon.
I'm sure that's their initial stance, but if the owners say, okay, we're not going to have a season in 2026 or 7 or whatever it might be, how many players are going to be willing to say, okay, I won't make my $40 million this year?
The average salary is now $5 million a year, assuming they're working with Mark Hanna. You're able to do some good work with that, even after paying your agent and paying the taxes and your OnlyFans subscriptions. You still have enough to live, assuming that you're managing that in some capacity. And so, I think that the guys who are going to lead it are the guys who have made the money, and I think the guys who have made the money are going to dig in on that. You guys, you are going to see a one-year shutdown, and I'm all for it. Things have to change. That's from the 618.
Yeah, I don't doubt that they can still live fine and get by and have nice lives. I just don't think they're going to want to continue to give up that money. If your career, the time when most people can play, is limited to 6, 7, 8 years, if that. Most don't get that many years in the league. I just don't know how many years, if any, you're going to be willing to say, okay, I won't make that money this year. I'll sit and not play because it means so much to future generations. I don't think they'll do that. I think most of them would say, we got to get back in because I want my money.
Yeah, I guess I would like that because then that means we would have it, but I don't think that that's the way that it would play out. And again, those guys are the guys who are the ones who haven't necessarily made the money. They might be making league minimum, which is certainly a lovely compensation package for about 99.7% of Americans. But in Major League Baseball, that makes you, quote, poor. And so the guys who have the juice are the guys who have made the money. And either way, the MLBPA, I just don't think it's something they're going to give on. I mean, one thing that's going to have to happen is going to be there would be a salary floor attached because you have teams benefiting from not spending money, as crazy as that sounds. So that has to be there as well.
That would be fair.
Yes.
But even if you're Nolan Arenado, are you going to be okay with, okay, I won't make that last $80 million, I won't make that last $30 million or whatever that he's going to make a year? I don't think a lot of them are going to want to do that. I don't think they're going to walk away from these huge contracts, even if it just means losing it for 1 year. I don't think they will. Some might, but whether enough of them are willing to do that to shut it down, keep it shut down completely, I don't know.
Guys, the system now has 85% of the players fighting for the richest 15%. That's from the 636 from Sniffin' Holes. Guys, baseball players are delusional. They actually think the general public gives a crap about them. Most of them could walk down the street and not be recognized outside of a couple of guys. That's from Sniffin' Holes.
Well, I'm not sure they're playing necessarily for the recognition. They're playing for the cash.
Or the fans.
And they're getting plenty of cash.
The owners are all in on this time to get a salary cap. Let the big market teams spend big, small markets cry poor, suffer now to get financial gain, i.e. salary cap long term. It's an open conspiracy, in my opinion. That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle. He's got a conspiracy theory. We got a break. Got the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day coming up. This is TMA 101 ESPN. TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt, Jackson Burkett with you. BK and Ferrario at the top of the hour. Brown and Crouppen, presenting sponsor online at brownandcrouppen.com. 314-222-2222. Or go online at brownandcrouppen.com. Founded in the St. Louis area in 1979. Proud to be St. Louisans doing business in St. Louis. Loving this community. And if you are in a position in which you need a personal injury lawyer, don't you want somebody who's local and knows the local legal environment? That's Brown and Crouppen. That's Terry Crouppen. That's Andy Crouppen. And that's Ed Herman, presenting sponsor of TMA. Online at brownandcrouppen.com, 314-222-2222. That's Brown and Crouppen online at brownandcrouppen.com. Remember, the choice of an attorney is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. We have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming up next. This is 101 ESPN.
Caw-caw. Hear that, Battlehawks fans? That's the sound of Battlehawks football, and it's coming back to the Dome for the 2025 season. And Lee's famous recipe chicken wants you to be a part of it. That's why the new Battlehawks box will get you 4 of Lee's famous hand-breaded chicken strips and an order of potato wedges, 2 dipping sauces. I'm a big fan of the Chipotle Ranch. It goes really good with the delicious chicken strips there and the potato wedges. And on top of all that, you get a code valid for up to 30% off Battlehawks tickets. So that's the ticket starting at just $14 for Battlehawks games, and you get a delicious Battlehawks box from Lee's Chicken. So get game day ready with Battlehawks box for just $8.99 at any St. Louis area Lee's famous recipe chicken location. And remember that caw is the law.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues back in action tonight, taking on the Pittsburgh Penguins right here on 101 ESPN. The pregame will start at 6 p.m. Puck drops at 7 p.m. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, this text says there's no way that Doug and Robert Redford aren't related. Does Doug even care? That's from the 314.
Really I don't believe I am related to Robert Redford. I've not heard that before. I can see where the looks are very similar.
Yeah. I thought you were in Indecent Proposal.
Yeah. Maybe I was, maybe I wasn't.
Oh,
the Sundance Kid himself.
Mm-hmm.
You are natural.
Well, I'll check again. Maybe I'll go through 23. No, they went bankrupt, right?
They did. They shut her down.
One of the other ones I'll go through to see if we're not related.
If you and Robert Redford are related. I don't know if anybody else in the audience is dealing with this. Jackson uses Outlook as well. And I'm talking about the online version of, not the one that most people probably do use. And I can't, this happens every day at this point, probably 3 or 4 times, where I can't get into my email. Somehow it hasn't happened with the Morning After account. Today it is. And I can't get in, so Jackson Burkett is going to read the Design Air Heating and Email of the Day.
All right, let's get into it.
Okay, let's begin.
I've smelled that before. Yes, that's it. The lingering scent of a Jeffco Salisbury steak wafting from the right Peloton seat as I scraped my nostrils through 2 inches of boy droppings. Oh. Another great morning sitting behind Doug at Orange Theory, but I just can't build up the courage to say, "Good day, mate. Did you notice me? Did you feel what I felt?" Any hoodles, I'm so excited to go to the Blues game tonight to watch Tim. If you want a couple of passes to the Bull and the Bear Club, just page me and I'll have your entry granted. I have a strong feeling Swope's email is going to consist of a phrase of this sort: a dude pretending to be a entrepreneur in Ladue. I'm a lady, Swope. There's a lot of silicone pumping through this body, but I'm a 47-year-old, beautiful, soon-to-be divorced for the 5th time mother. By appointment only, self-made, stay-at-home Ladue mom.
Yep.
Self-made, stay-at-home Ladue mom.
I didn't know that they were separated. They are separated? I thought he was just living in the pool house.
Well, I guess, she's just forecasting.
Oh, is that right? She sees it coming.
That Maurice Drummond / Andy Murray story from Big Walt this morning, legendary. It had me pitching the tent, drifting back to my golden days of local STL Sports TV, where our trusty non-HD televisions brought us the most ruggedly handsome lineup of broadcasters ever to grace a sports desk. Mike Bush, Steve Savard, Malcolm Briggs, Rich Gould, Mo Drummond, Martin Kilcoyne, Tim McKernan, and the Adonis himself, Douglas the Bod Vaughn.
You were known as Douglas the Bod Vaughn and Robert Redford?
Yeah.
Mostly women called me the Bod.
You can't convince me there was a better looking or better suited squad of grizzly men delivering hot sports takes across the country in the early 2000s. That era was pure magic, and frankly, they don't make them like that anymore. That's my hot take, served fresh by a hot guy. Doug, call me XOXO. Yours truly, Rock Chalk Willie Billy.
Rock Chalk Willie Billy.
Rock Chalk Willie Billy. He's new.
Good morning. I've kept my mouth shut long enough. As someone who resides in Indiana, the Hoosier state, I've had to deal with listening to Missouri sports radio use of the word Hoosier as a derogatory term. No more! Your stereotyping of Hoosiers can't go undenounced by me. You are free to keep saying Hoosier. Nevertheless, I just want on the record, even as I continue to listen to the show, that I'm declaring this show and all shows going forward as under protest. Again, I will continue to listen just as baseball goes on after a game under protest, but it is on the record that John Boy in Indiana is not on board with the use of Hoosier as a bad term that comes from John Boy in Indiana.
You remember John Boy from the Waltons, Doug?
I do, yeah. He had a mole on his cheek there.
Yeah, he did. And his father was Will Gear, and you hot tubbed with him?
I never hot tubbed with Will
That
Gear.
was Randall Gritchick.
Whatever.
Finally, ours is the type of presentation where a dude pretending to be a promiscuous self-made stay-at-home self-made stay-at-home entrepreneur from the 63124 feels free to drop in at any time and talk a bunch of smack about a Shishawala email competition where the hosts sometimes struggle to keep track of how other people voted 10 seconds earlier. Hey, we get it. You run this with your fake needlepoint business and short, stocky husband with the ridiculous suit measurement that's apparently still funny after all these emails.
Doug, that's size 48 by 28.
Yeah, it seems wide and short.
Love the Matt Holliday interview yesterday, especially the part where Matt the Bad Martin really got into the weeds of the Cats foray into aldermanic politics.
That's correct. I think that's the right pronunciation, sir.
In a tiny little Frontenac adjacent municipality where the actual vote was 64 to 51. Those aren't percentages. That's 64 people voting for the cat and 51 for his opponent. That's like a poll on the fan page, except demons didn't get any write-in votes. The best part was how Martin, whose true gift is bringing up old random business that most people forgot about years ago, like how Slew's Chris Sloan picked up some courtside road beef during a timeout, circled back and mentioned how the cat won the election, successfully had his neighbor's house knocked down, only for the lot to be split, and ultimately ended up with 2 houses built into the adjoining property instead of 1. So did he really come out ahead? That's from Buck Swope, 2-time defending emailer of the year, who may or may not be mailing in for 2025.
Oh, Buck Swope.
Is that the end?
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I
Cucky
got.
the Dwarf in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat is going buck wild right now, Doug. And who's your daddy says justice for Cucky because Cucky was filtered. Oh, hell's breaking loose at youtube.com/TMASTL.
Nonetheless, I'm voting for Buck Swope.
Yeah, I'll go Buck.
I was going self-made stay at home.
Yeah, well, too bad.
I'm going Buck Swope. Buck Swope is one, the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, and Cucky the Dwarf will have a hearing coming up at 11:15, Doug, with the board. Time for us to go. BK and Ferrario are coming up next. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Sullivan Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.